officers for the job they have done to make 1985 an outstanding year for TYA. And good luck to all the players in the Major League All-Star Game today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim. Before we introduce the players, I've been asked to say a few words about the TYA Sportsmanship Award. In 1984, the TYA Governing Board decided to initiate a Sportsmanship Award in the major leagues. The concept was to give an award to a player who has gone through the TYA system and who has exemplified the epitome of sportsmanship. This year in 1985, the Governing Board sat down and had to make their decision who should receive the 1985 award. There was 2 or 3 players that we really had to talk about for quite a bit of time, but in the end, the unanimous vote for the TYA Sportsmanship Award for 1985 was Taro Ayataka. I'd like to have Taro come out here. I just want to congratulate him, and he'll receive a trophy and an award at the annual breakfast. I'd like to ask Bob Petrie, our baseball commissioner, to come on out now and introduce the teams for today's 1985 All-Star Game.
Good afternoon. It's my pleasure to introduce the All-Star East team. From the Yankees, Jim Duty.
Come on, Jim.
Ken Fleming, Richard Flood, Ken Inzel, Mike Salabini, and Brian Scully. From the Braves, Neil Capero, Chris Mulville, John Morano, Jason DiGiacomo, Eric Benninger. From the Astros, Ken Kaboski. Ken is unable to be with us today. He's sick, but let's give him a big hand anyway. Charles Andrus, Joe Suarez, Tom Floriano, and Chris Fagnani. The manager for the East All-Stars is Ray Flood, and his assistants, Frank LaMotta and Louis Suarez. Let's give him a big hand. The West All-Stars, starting off with the Angels. Titus Agee, Taro Ayataka, Matt Mariani, Gerald McLaughlin, Mike Nierenberg, Mark Bernardini. From the Mets, Doug Rufford, John Madden, Brian Martin, Kareem Shadid, Mike Satoli, and Craig Goodfriend. From the Giants, George Dukas, Brian Heller, Chris Bell, Peter Everett, and Darren Esposito. The manager for the West All-Stars, Irwin Goodfriend. His assistants, Richard Mariani and Tom Bell. Let's all give them a big hand. At this time, I'd like to have Dawn Sarasi come out. And she's going to do the Star Spangled Banner for us.
Big hand for Dawn. Thank you, honey. Okay, fellas, let's play ball.
She is a perfect 3 for 3, Hacker.
That's right. Benny Goodman's granddaughter. Good of her to show up.
All right.
Terrific.
All right, last shot here. We've watched 2 All-Star games already, the minor league All-Stars, the girls softball All-Star game, and now we're getting set for the major leagues. These will be the boys ages 10 through 12. Been playing all season in the Tuckahoe Youth Association major leagues. And you're going to have a chance to watch the best, including another attempt by Supervisor Duty to throw out the first pitch.
Have we seen this before?
We watched this one time before, and he's a little bit high and outside with his delivery. He's going to step up here once again. He's going to get a little closer this time. And the pitch. A beauty. So Supervisor Duty, who, as we mentioned earlier, with a vested interest in this ball game. As a matter of fact, in all 3 ball games, he's had kids playing in all 3 games. The son in the minor league, a daughter in the girls softball game, and now a son playing here in the major leagues. Well, right now, the East squad is out on the field, and we're going to have a chance to take a look at them defensively, starting off with the first baseman, number 11, Brian Scully. Also wearing number 11 and playing second base will be Neil Craparo. The shortstop is number 3, Jason DiGiacomo. And down at third base, wearing number 10, is Rich Flood. Get a look at Mr. Flood, who's currently playing shortstop right at this moment. In the outfield, we'll have 3 of them. In the left field spot, wearing number 23, is Joe Suarez. In center field, with number 1 on his back, will be John Morano. And down the lines in right field, number 25, Jim Duty. Doing the catching to start today's ball game, number 16, Charlie Andrus. And out on the mound to begin things for the East All-Stars, number 7, Mike Solombini. And he will work 2 innings, as is the rule in all of these All-Star games. Each pitcher gets 2 innings of work. And we are indeed fortunate to have our favorite home plate umpire.
How fortunate are we?
Oh, you want to know whether it's a ball or a strike? You're going to find out in a hurry. Jerry Fishoff will be behind the plate, calling balls and strikes. Mike Lynn will be at first base. Len Anizio will be at second base.
Is he here too?
He is, and Jerry McLaughlin will be down the lines at third. So we're set to begin with the East or the West All-Stars leading it off to start this ball game. And for the first 3, here he is again, the Hacker Pete Maneri.
Thank you, John. Mark Mariani takes the ball. He'll be followed by John Madden and Taro Ayataka. Mike Nuremberg, if anybody gets on.
And make that Matt Mariani leading it off.
What did I say?
Mark.
Did I say Mark? M-A-T-T. All right, good. I spelled that.
Matt batting .322 this season. Comments on him, a clutch contact hitter with the Angels this season, 11 years old. Again, same rules apply here in this ball game. They'll have about 17 hitters, going 1 through 17 in the batting order, and they'll be switching players defensively in and out all day long.
So ball 4, Matt Mariani. Draws a base on balls. John Madden steps in.
There is stealing in this league. Have to wait for the ball to cross home plate before he's allowed to take off. What was that?
Gets himself.
What?
I think it was a strike. Madden takes one down the pipe. Ball up over his head, 1-1. Mike Salombini on the mound. Charles Andres, the catcher. In the gap. Throw comes in. He's safe. It's a double. So Madden a little bit daring on the base paths. And Mariani moves over to third base. Give him a double. And Taro Ayataka steps to the bat.
This is the gentleman who was named the 1985 Sportsman of the Year in the TYA. A surprise announcement as far as Taro is concerned. And you ready? Best catcher in the league, batting average of .666.
And a big kid.
Taro's 12 years old, plays for the Angels during the regular season.
Ball 3.
Well, Mike Salombini, a little trouble finding the plate here in the early going.
3-0. Mike Nurnberg on deck. Ball 4. So a pair of walks, a double, bases are loaded, nobody out. Top of the first inning. The West threatening Mike Nurnberg. He'll be followed by Doug Lefrovich and Gerard McLaughlin. Right.
That high fastball right up around your eyes.
East at double plate depth. Infield halfway. 1-1. This is a situation early in the ball game where what you want to make sure you're doing if you're the batter is get the ball in play. Make the other club handle it. Swing strike. Mike Nurnberg for the 2-2 pitch. It gets through. 1 run scores. Here's a play at the plate. He's in there. Give Nurnberg a single. He goes to second base on the throw to the plate. Give him 2 runs batted in. As Mariani and Madden both commit to score. Taro Ayataka goes over to third base, so it's runners on second and third, nobody out. 2 runs in. Doug Lefrovich way back in the batter's box. Takes a strike. I think that was a strike. That was a strike. I think so.
I'd say.
I'm not real sure, but I think so. Ball. Lefrovich with his right foot way back in, wearing a watch. Not good. You break watches when you do that. The shortstop. You go to first. Throw comes across. Is out. So it is a double play, but Lefrovich goes out 6-3, and they turn it and get Nurnberg 3-5. So it goes 6-3-5 double play, and the run scores. So it's 3-0, and Gerard McLaughlin up with nobody on base. Nurnberg running himself out of an inning there. So Mariani, Madden, and Ayataka have scored. Gerard McLaughlin now up with nobody on and 2 out, trying to get something going again. Ball ran in on his fist. Fouled it up onto the screen. Mike Salamini out on the mound.
McLaughlin batting .437 this year.
That's hitting a whole lot. Counts even at 2, and 2, and 2 outs. Ball up over his head, so the count's out full with 2 outs. 3 runs in. Down to third, 1 hop to Flood, and he guns it over to first base to Brian Scully. 5-3 goes McLaughlin. However, 3 runs score on 2 base hits. There were no errors and nobody left on base. The West with a 3 spot to open it up. They throw a tray down. The East coming to bat.
Oh, good start for the West All-Stars.
You bet.
3 quick runs. Salombini doing a pretty nice job getting out of that. A lot of damage could have been
Of course, they had
inflicted there.
bases loaded, nobody out. Now cleanup hitter up and did get 3.
Which is what you want to do. All right, the West All-Stars now out onto the field for their first shot defensively. And as soon as everybody gets set, we'll show you how they set up. We'll take a run around the infield and the outfield.
All right. We're going to rotate.
Just another gorgeous afternoon of baseball. Ernie Branks is smiling today. And if Mr. Koash says we're ready, we're ready.
Yeah.
All right, let's start off with the first baseman wearing number 17. That is Doug Lepovich. Around at second base will be Matt Mariani, playing for the Angels this season. At shortstop is Titus Agee.
Okay, bring it down.
And down at third base will be John Madden, wearing number 12. In the outfield, we'll go with the left fielder, Craig Goodfriend. In center field will be Chris Bell. And down the lines in right field is Mike Nierenberg. The catcher, our Sportsman of the Year, as we mentioned earlier, Taro Ayataka. And to start things off for the West All-Stars, out on the mound will be Gerard McLaughlin, also with the Angels.
All right, and leading off for the East, Jason DiGiacomo, the shortstop. Jason with the Braves during the regular season. He'll be followed by Rich Flood and Michael Salambini. Tom Fuliano, if anybody else gets on base. Takes a strike.
Jason batting .333 coming into this game. 12-year-old. It's a pretty pitch, Hacker.
Takes a strike, and it was a fastball moving away. He did not like the call, but it was a good pitch, no question about it. Swinging, strike three. One up, one down, Rich Flood. Third baseman made a nice play on that hard shot down the line.
Rich, 12 years old, goes to Eastchester Junior High School, batting an even .500 this season, pitches and catches.
That's a pretty mean third base, too.
McLaughlin doing a nice job here in the first inning. Knows where the plate is.
Outside, 1-1.
One thing I've noticed of all the All-Star games that we've seen, the coaches have tried to keep the batteries from the same teams together throughout the game.
Good idea.
It's a big difference. Of course, McLaughlin very used to pitching to Ayateka during the regular season. Will do the same thing in the All-Star game.
John Madden not anywhere near the line at third base. Comebacker. Safe. E1.
Almost looked like McLaughlin knew he had an easy play, and when that happens, you kind of fumble it around a bit.
Yep.
Then panic set in.
Mike Salambini. One out, one on. Salambini, number 3 batter.
Batting .700 this year. He's 12 years old. He's a switch hitter.
And he's hitting right-handed against a right-handed pitcher. Huh?
That's what they have in the notes here.
Down the line. We mentioned they weren't playing on the line or anywhere near it. Give him a double.
Big double for Salamini.
And we mentioned a little earlier, John Madden nowhere near the line, playing way, way over. Nearly in a shortstop position.
All you guys, before you come up, tuck the shirt.
Tom Fuliano, the cleanup hitter. Joe Fishoff making him tuck his shirt in. That's what he's supposed to do. It's the only way the umpire, A, knows the strike zone.
And B,
you kind of catch one in the clothing. Nothing loose up there.
And C, able to play fashion consultant. Which is Jerry's first love. Always the fit of fashion.
Just because he wouldn't talk to me in the airport at O'Hare a couple of weeks ago.
They make you tuck your shirt in at D&B, don't they?
They certainly do. Certainly do. And no short sleeves in the summer.
What a tough racket.
And don't open your tie or any of that stuff. We're in it for real. Foul ball.
Double. 1 and 2.
Ball and 2 strikes to Forliano. Clean up batter. Runners on second and third. Swinging, strike 3. So 2 down, 2 on Brian Scully, the batter. Brian playing first base.
Scully batting .650 this season. Goes to Immaculate Conception School. He's an infielder, outfielder, and a pitcher. But does he catch? Doesn't say so.
He goes for an inside pitch for a strike. Goes up a little bit on the bat now. McLaughlin bringing in the heater. And I think he wants another bat. He does. I'll bet you it's a little lighter, too.
McLaughlin has been around the plate.
2 and 2.
Trying to nick the corners.
Base hit down the line. He'll score 2. Scully around the line. Right down, he's going to third, but no, he comes back. Oh, now he's hung up. They're going to get him. They don't. He hesitated. Give him a double.
2 RBIs for Mr. Scully.
Gets a double, goes to third on the throw, and we don't give him a triple because he did not continue.
He would have been in probably standing up if he had kept going.
Surely would have been. I'll tell you what, a good throw in that relay would have gotten him, too. He was lucky indeed. Joe Suarez, but 2 runs are in. Luck or not, has nothing to do with it.
Suarez is 12 years old, batting .385 this year.
The West exploded for 3. The East has put a deuce up on the board, and they're in a position to get 1 more in here. Swinging, strike 3. So, 2 runs on 3 base hits? 2 base hits. 2 base hits, all right. 1 error,
Yeah, this is fancy.
1 left.
It's a good ball game. 3-2 our score. Going to the second.
Stay with us.
It's selective, immediate, and relevant. But above all, cable is choice. Discover a world of possibilities on cable. Just reach for the source.
You are about to participate in a cable adventure, which reaches from the outer limits to your inner sanctum. You are experiencing the sight and sound of MTV. In a month of MTV, you get video music, music news, guest DJs, sneak preview video, basement tapes, MTV Extra, closet classics, video music, Friday night video fights, rock influences, liner notes, the top 20 video countdown, London Calling, the Saturday concert, IRS's The Cutting Edge, contest, the world premiere of sneak preview video, the Sunday special, video music, MTV. All month long, we're on 24 hours a day.
Personal choice. It means there's always something right for you. Because cable's not just more choice, it's your choice.
Back here at Labriola Field in Eastchester, we're watching the Major League All-Star Game of the Tuckahoe Youth Association Baseball League. And it's a pretty good one after the first inning. The West leading the East by a count of 3-2-2.
All right, we're going to have a couple of trivia questions. Let's ask them at the top of the innings. All right? So in the second inning, our first question. In 1972, what Major League pitcher set the record for the most wins for a last-place team? The question is here. There are no answers written down. You're in trouble now.
All right.
Okay? 1972, the pitcher who set the record for the most wins for a last-place team. Have a little fun with it. Okay. The West. visitors. This is Chris Bell. He'll be followed by Mark Bernardini and Craig Goodfriend, Peter Everett, if they're able to keep it going.
Ball. Tied. Not fooled by his bending down. It was high anyhow.
That's a fair ball.
Did they get him? Yes, they did.
Nice play by the first baseman, Brian Scully. Couldn't get to the bag in time after it bounced off of first base, but able to spin around and tag Chris Bell as he went past.
Let's take a look again. Remember, the bags are in fair play. So it hits the bag. Nice tag.
Just got him.
Mark Bernardini takes a strike.
Bernardini batting .333 this year. He's an 11-year-old playing with the Angels.
Craig Goodfriend on deck. Fouled off down the line. Mike Salambini working his second inning, gave up 3 runs in the first on a couple of base hits and a couple of bases on balls. It's 3-2 West on top of the East. Top of the second inning. West batting. Strike 3, swinging. I'm Pete Maneri, bringing you this game along with John Caridio and the rest of the Cable 3 crew. Thanks for joining us from Labriola Field in the town of Eastchester.
First strikeout of the ball game registered by Salambini. Craig Goodfriend at the plate, batting .320 this season.
Craig's dad running the ball club, manager of the Mets. Popped them up to second base. Quick inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. As Goodfriend pops to Neil Craparo. Neil coming in, making a nice clean play. Salambini, who had some trouble in the first inning, has none at all here in the second. You got a bottom of 2.
We got a shot now at that quiz.
Yes. In 1972, the pitcher who set the record for the most wins for a last place team for the Philadelphia Phillies, the lefty.
John Denny. Oh.
No.
Lefty?
Lefty. Matter of fact, they call him Lefty. He
Carlton.
speaks to no one.
Yeah.
Steve Carlton. That's
How many?
right. 27.
For the last place Phillies in 1972.
That's right. Steve Carlton. Ah, the beauty of Walden Pond.
Not quite.
All right,
But close.
next inning we'll have another question for you.
Speaking of
One of the lovelies in the neighborhood out here for a nice afternoon of baseball. Get some sun, meet the friends.
West All-Stars are up 3-2, so we're going to the bottom half of the second inning. First time this afternoon that the East has been the home team. It's new changes. Pitcher remains the same, Gerard McLaughlin, but now coming in to do the catching is John Madden, number 12. And Pat Burke, just back from his trip in Rockford, Illinois.
On the headsets.
Suffering from jet lag, I think.
Or truck lag. Truck lag, he drove it out there. Oof. Chris Mulvihill, John Morano, and Jim Duty this inning. Mulvihill takes a strike. Jerry Fishoff is that man who's making all that noise, calling balls and strikes behind the plate. Good umpire. Swinging strike.
Mulvihill this season, coming into today's action, batting at an even .500. He's 12 years old.
1-2.
Plays for the Braves during the season.
Swinging strike 3. So it's the 4th strikeout for Mr. McLaughlin, although he did give up a couple of runs and a couple of base hits. Joe Moreno steps in. Another lefty. This is the age where some kids just sprout up overnight, and some kids are a little bit slower in their growth pattern. You know, we all end up pretty much in the same neighborhood when it's over. But some of these kids do tend to get overmatched here in size.
Well, Morano's done a pretty good job, 12-year-old, batting at 360. He's a little guy, but he's going to get up there and take his cuts. Oh, nice play, John.
Down and beats it out.
Oh, super. Super.
Good-looking bunt. Bunt single. Any way you can get on,
yes,
pal.
Yes, sir. They had Zattoli down at third base, playing a little deep. And Morano saw it and just knocked it right down the line.
Perfect bunt. All right, Jim Duty with 1 out, 1 on.
Remember, there is stealing in this league, the major leagues. The only difference is that the runner has to wait for the ball to pass home plate before he's allowed to take off. As that one gets away, and he will move up.
He does take off.
He's got good speed.
So Duty goes on the pass ball.
Ooh, you said that.
I know, it's tough for me to say those two words. Pass ball.
Duty batting at 350 this season. He's 12 years old. Attends Immaculate Conception School in Tuckahoe, where my mother just happens to be the school nurse.
Is that so?
Yeah.
No kidding. A little bit of off-speed pitch. I didn't know that. After all, how long has she been there?
First year she's been there, Immaculate Conception. Or ICS as it's known.
Has she been into nursing all that time?
All that time.
I mean,
As a matter of fact, she
along?
used to have, when we were in high school, she used to have the graveyard shift at Lawrence Hospital, a 12 to 6 routine.
Anything to avoid you kids. Ball 4. Wild pitch, and our friend John Morano takes advantage of it. Moves up. Duty to first on the base on balls. Runners at the corner. 1 out. Corners, and Chris Fragiani. Fragnani.
Rich Marini will go out, or Mariani, pardon me, will go out to the mound, have a quick conference with McLaughlin. Try to settle them down a little bit. In a bit of a bind now with runners at the corners and only 1 away. The West leading 3-2 with the East threatening. Bottom of the second.
Chris Fragnani. 1 out.
Chris out of Eastchester Junior High School, batting .475 this year.
Goes to the ball up high. Do they throw through? Well, the throw does go through, but the runner scores.
Well, they had a nice play on there. They tried
double steal on.
They threw down, and the shortstop Bernardini came across to cut the throw off, and then hopefully nail Morano at home. But the throw did go through into center field.
Well, we'll call it a double steal and give Morano a steal of home. The fact is, the run scores, and it's now 3-3. 1 out and a runner on third base. So Duty was moving on the play. Really, no matter what level, you like to make the opposition handle the baseball. Because every time they do, there's that opportunity, that chance that they're going to throw it away or just not perfectly execute. That's what happened that time.
Well, you know, you get it into the infield. 3 things have to happen for the out to be made. Fielder's got to come up with it. He's got to throw it. And the first baseman's got to catch it.
Yep. Get it and play. Swinging strike. With 1 out and the runner on third base, the infield cheating in a little bit, and there's a full count here to McNanny, and he strikes out. All right, so with 2 out, the infield can play back a little bit. Ken Fleming comes up. 1 run is in. We're tied at 3-3. Bottom of the 2nd inning.
About 185 feet down the lines in right and left, and about 200 to straightaway center field. It's a poke for these guys to put it out of here.
Oh yeah. Well, one of the things I'm gonna mention here, and this is no knock on any of these kids, but on this level it's common. The kids don't have their head in, and they're not looking to sit and drive the ball. They're very defensive at the bat, such as that case. Now, if that ball gets past first base fair, it's a double and so forth, but the batter's pulling away. These kids are not eager to lean in, get that left or lead shoulder down, and stick your face right in there, get your chin to hit your shoulder, and look that pitch in and drive it. Look to drive it. They're not aggressive up there. And a little fearful of the baseball.
That fear factor enters still.
Yep, you bet. Hey, and don't think that doesn't enter into major league batters either. But the fact is, you got to sit on that pitch and drive it. You got to just overcome that stuff. Call strike. See, it's my pedagogical background. I'm teaching and coaching here. But that's the fact. That's how you have to hit. Got to go up there, a little tough, and not take so many pitches. Okay, 1 run on 1 base hit. There were no errors and 1 left on base. So the East scores 1, and we've tied it up at 3. Stay with us. We'll be back with plenty more.
You know, I played a lot of baseball in this town, so I know the New York fans are the best sports fans in the world. That's why I'm glad there's Sports Channel, a channel that's just for New York fans. There's more games of more New York teams than anywhere else, with the Yankees, Mets, Islanders, and Nets. Sports Channel's got New York sports covered. After all, don't the best sports fans deserve the best?
So now for the top half of the 3rd inning here at Labriola Field. A little ice. Maneri, I got to tell you, in between innings, he's got the soda knocked all over him.
No, just I dodged the bullet.
Yeah, some kid was taking his warm-up cuts and thought Maneri looked like a good-looking fastball.
He said, "Who's that grapefruit walking down the street?"
Hey, got the soda. Mr. Everett's son is up.
Mr. Everett's son.
Mr. Everett. Chris Bell is the new pitcher now for the West All-Stars. Joe Suarez, all right, so we're going to switch that around. Well, already the
best laid plans of mice, men, and scorebook.
Suarez out on the mound, replacing Gerard McLaughlin.
All right, and we go to Peter Everett. He'll be followed by Brian Martin and Kareem Shihada. Kareem Shihada. Gets through, base hit. Flood not able to come up with the backhand. And Bob Everett's back there screaming it's a hit.
And Maneri already gave him the base hit.
Who gave me a hit? That means Bob owes me lunch. Brian Martin. That would have been a fine play, an outstanding play, in fact, had Flood been able to backhand it and come up with it.
Yeah, you've done it again, Hacker.
What did I do again?
This is Titus Agee, pal.
Did I screw up my whole lineup?
You did.
Ah, come on, you got to be kidding me. Nope, they get none.
Tough hop. The second baseman, Neil Craparo. No call from Everett on that one, though.
Agee. What are you calling it?
You give him a base hit. Bad bounce, base hit.
Your daughter's, in honor of Caridio's
That's right.
daughter's birthday.
That one came right up in his chin.
Yeah, okay. Now who's this?
Brian Martin. Now just go down, everybody.
Brian Martin. Okay, so I missed Titus Agee. So Martin's up. To Flood. They get one, and that's all. So Martin on the fielder's choice. Agee is erased, and Everett moves up to third.
One down. Go.
That moment of silence has been brought to you by the New York Public Library.
Oh!
Kareem! Kareem's it!
He Kareemed it all right. Left field to the fence. Everett scores. They run it in. Whew.
Kareem Shahada belts one hopper off the left field fence. A double.
As they say, you show them where they live. So Martin stops at third. Everett comes in to score, breaks the tie. Up on top again is the West, 4-3. All right, how about my quiz? Question number 2. On opening day this year, the Yankees and Met pitchers set records. What were the records? Actually,
That's a good one.
it really is. When you think about it, just think, who were the pitchers? Who were the pitchers? And that'll give you the answer. Has nothing to do with their performance. Okay? Has nothing to do with their
I know
performance.
what it is.
Okay? Next half, we'll talk about it.
Oh! Low high. Come on, Joe! 3-1.
George Drukas. At the stick.
George batted .333 this year.
Pops it to third. They get one. First, rather, they get one. He looks over to third. Nothing doing there. Mike Zatoli. 2 out. Runners on second and third. Foul.
I just got a piece of Zatoli in the batter's box. Speaking of getting hit in the batter's box, I saw something I have not seen in a major league game in years.
Go ahead.
Don Baylor being called out, running into the baseball after he hit it. Took 2 steps out of the batter's box and ran right into the baseball. Haven't seen that in a long time.
No, sir. Tell you one thing I saw while I was playing baseball at Iona, and I've never seen it since. I never saw it before. Kevin McCullough, now a lawyer, classmate of mine, left-handed hitting first baseman, hit a baseball down to third, bobbles it, nothing doing, and throws it away. 1 run, 2 runs. Okay, so Zatoli is on the error. E5, and 2 runs score.
Of course,
Martin
everybody
comes in.
moving with 2 away.
Shihada comes in. So it's 3 runs in this inning. Brian Heller rocks one in, and we're going to have a play at the plate. He's safe. Down to third. They got him. So Brian Heller, give him a double. And he's out 2-5. However, Zatoli comes all the way in. So, 1, 2, 3, 4 runs, 3 base hits, 1 error, nobody left. All right, so let me finish the story. So,
Please do.
left-handed hitting batter, Kevin McCullough, big 6'3", 6'4", strong kid, keeps his head in there. There's a fastball that rides in on him. Keeps his head down, takes the cut, fouls it off his fist, and comes right up and hits him in the face.
Ooh.
Straight off his bat. I've never seen that before. I had never seen it before, and I've never seen it since.
All right, go back to the trivia question for this inning.
Okay. On opening day this year, the Yankees and Mets, their pitchers, set records. What were those records?
I think I have it.
Go ahead.
Yankees had the oldest opening day pitcher with Phil Niekro, while the Mets had the youngest opening day pitcher with Dwight Gooden.
You're absolutely right.
All right.
Okay. By the way, while we're at it, not part of my fish-off quiz here, but let me ask you this one. Speaking of the Mets and age, who was the first Met player to actually be on the big league roster and play in the game?
You know, we have a former All-American umpire in the second base.
Well, hold on. Jerry, you're a baseball fan here. Here's my in-between inning question. Speaking of age, as we were with that Dwight Gooden, who was the first Met to actually play in a Mets game who was, in fact, born after the team played its first game? In other words, the only player younger.
Okay, let's see, 62 must have been.
That's right. They started in April of '62.
Yeah,
Who was it?
U.B. Brooks.
No, sir. We'll give you time to stew on it.
Bottom
No,
of the third.
it's not good neither, no. Okay, play ball. Ask questions later. Okay, this is Charles Andrews, who opened up as the catcher. He'll be followed by Neil Caparo and Ken Inzio.
Andrews, a very nice average of 666 this season. 7-3 our score, bottom of the third inning. The West All-Stars with 3 in the first and 4 in the third. The East 2 in the first and 1 in the second. I believe Chris Bell now in as the pitcher. It is new pitcher Chris Bell, Taro Ayataka, the catcher.
Ayataka, good size for a youngster his age. Ball 4. So Andres is on. Neil Caparo. Neil was quite the hit a couple of years ago here on Cable 3 at this TYA.
Neil's batting .524, goes to the Ann Hutchinson School. An infielder, 11 years old.
Wild pitch. Runner moves up. How about that Met question?
That's a good one. I'm sitting here pondering it.
Steer right. Down Broadway. He's no longer with the club, by the way.
Oh.
Matter of fact, he's no longer in the big leagues.
Oh, wonderful.
He was not sent down by the Mets. He was traded. So Caparo, base on balls.
And Chris Bell having a little trouble here in the third. 2 straight walks.
Do I hear you say Jose Oquendo? You're right.
Oh.
You're right.
He's not in baseball anymore.
Yes, he is. He plays for
Oh, I thought you just said he wasn't in baseball anymore.
I said he's not in the major leagues anymore.
Oh.
Plays for the Cardinals. AAA ball club. All right, Ken Inzio. followed by Eric Finninger. Pops it straight away, falls in. They got a force. Got
Tough
the
play.
force. They're gonna get him too.
They got two, but they'll get... Oh, now they say he's safe at second base.
Okay.
Say that Everett dropped the ball, did not hold on to it. They almost had a quick double play there.
So Inzio actually
Yes, he dropped it.
is out on the fielder's choice. Let's take a look at it again.
It's a tough play here that's a short pop-up, and Caparo has to wait to see if it's going to drop. So here they'll pick up the force. And then all of a sudden, Inzio decides to try for second base. And a quick toss over there. And they called him out, but said no, he did not hold on to the baseball.
So Inzio moves up, gets on the fielder's choice. Andres scored. And Inzio gets a run batted in on that, by the way. It's now 7-4, the West on top as the East adds a run here. Eric Fenninger.
Fenninger, 12 years old, batting .321. A soccer player as well. But you won't hold that against him.
Yes, I will. And ball. They get him in a rundown.
Threw it away.
All right, Fenninger gets on the fielder's choice. No error.
Bring the bat in. Blood.
So Inzio moves over to third base. Fenninger to first base. And we go to the top of the lineup. To Jason DiGiacomo. 2 out.
1, 2. 1, I got none.
There are 2 outs.
I got 1 out.
There are 2 outs.
I have 1 away. Where's your second out? Fielder's choice, the guy got on.
He got it out here.
Right.
Oh, no, 1 out, 1 out. It is correct. 1.
That's why we have an area with his
That's
foot
right,
right here. Yeah.
The fielder's choice.
He got on.
The second fielder's choice is not an out. You're right.
Yeah.
Caprara was out 8-6. So there's 1 out and runners on the corners. And DiGiacomo takes the ball. And they allow the runner to go through. Stolen base for Fenninger. Runners on second and third. Boy, that backstop is the catcher's best friend, isn't it? So DiGiacomo works the base on balls. He had struck out his first time up. That brings up Rich Flood with the bases loaded and 1 out. The East is trailing 7-4, and they've got an opportunity here as Erwin Goodfriend calls timeout, and he wants to go out and talk to his pitcher.
3 walks given up by Chris Bell in this third inning.
Did you get the answer, Jerry? Jose Oquendo, right. Yeah, he's in the Cardinals minor league system. He's going to be Ozzie Smith's caddy forever. Ozzie, may I carry your glove?
The Wizard of Oz.
Boy, I would not want to be a young kid playing behind him.
What a shortstop.
What a paycheck. And one is as important as the other. When a ball club makes an investment in a guy like that, they're going to play him. Witness George Forster playing for the Mets, despite everything.
And that's going to be all for Mr. Bell.
This is Madden? John Madden.
John Madden coming in now. Chris Bell had all kinds of trouble here in the third.
The second base umpire is a former All-American.
Mike Esposito down at second base. Former All-American.
What sport? Where? At Columbia University.
The catcher? Super.
All right. By the way, Madden's throwing a curveball here. Not a good idea for a kid his age.
We mentioned earlier, speaking about All-American catchers, gentleman from Rye High School, B.J. Surhoff. Now,
first teamer.
Yep, first team All-American at catching from the University of North Carolina.
Now, a lot of talk about him being perhaps the #1 free agent draft selection in the upcoming June draft. Well, Madden starts him off very nicely.
Rich Flood coming into this game, batting .500. Understand that Madden likes to work the corners.
2 balls and a strike. Good pitchers do. One. That's all they get. So Flood, with a little parachute job, get it in there to right field, gets the RBI. Everybody moves up a base. Inzo scores. Fenninger moves over to third base. DiGiacomo to second base. They almost had a force on him there. And Mike Salambini.
The base is sitting up just a little bit. I'm going to try to fix those if they can. Get a little dirt out of there.
Get that dust buster, huh?
2 runs in here in the third inning for the East All-Stars. They now trail 7-5.
Well, we're going to change the tape. We'll be right back with you. Well, our housekeeping is completed as we change tapes. And the
Get used to it, pal. It's like changing diapers.
Oh, I don't know anything about that. Mike Esposito at second base, the umpire doing a little house cleaning of his own out there. So you're a veteran at changing diapers.
I'm a diaper maniac.
You'll have to come over and show me how.
Forget it.
No, not when he's ready.
Mike Salambini.
You may not switch. Play.
Knocked down. They get nothing. Infield hit. Throw gets by. Everybody goes another base. So 2 runs score.
That ties it up.
So give Salambini a single and an RBI. But 2 runs score, 1 on the overthrow. So Fenninger scores.
Put an N in there.
DiGiacomo scores. Flood moves over to third base. Salambini moves over to second base on the error on the throw. Give him a base hit, however. And Tom Forliano steps in. 1, 2, 3 runs. Make it 4 runs this inning.
All tied up now at 7 apiece.
1 and 1.
Only 2 hits in this inning.
Forliano, 1-1. Big kid. Takes a curveball.
Yeah, that hit the inside part of the plate.
I'll tell you what, he looked at the umpire. He didn't follow that pitch. Has a good curve and came in kind of a slider curve. Does not throw it straight over. Gets him on the outside corner with a fastball. So he's working the inside outside.
2 outs now. John Madden trying to get out of this jam.
Read a cute comment that Tom Seaver said once he stopped being a power pitcher, he had to move. He had to move his residence because he had to live on a corner.
Oh.
Get it? Well, he's a pitcher who's changed his style, huh? Brian Scully. Trying to keep it going. Foul ball. And see, that's what I was talking about before. If the batter sits and drives the ball, if he keeps his chin into his left shoulder, he can go away with the pitch and drive that pitch. But if he doesn't and pulls off it, it's going to be nothing but a foul ball. Strike two.
Scully had a 2-run double back in the first inning.
Good shot. Down the first base line.
Dancing down at third base, Rich Flood.
Ball four. So they're loaded again. Joe Suarez, who struck out swinging in the first inning. Boy, he has an opportunity here to get a lot of damage done. We're tied at 7. Madden on the mound. Strike up and in. Strike. Swinging a pitch up and in.
1 and 2.
Come on, Joe. Come on, Joe. Read it.
Swinging strike. Big strikeout for Madden as he gets Suarez. However, 4 runs, 2 hits, 1 error, 3 left. 4-2-1-3. We're tied at 7. Stay with us.
What you are doing is illegal. You're trying to hook yourself up to cable without paying for it. But that's illegal. Not very safe either. Stealing cable service is against the law in every state in the Union. So don't think that what you're doing isn't a crime, because it is. Be smart. Call your local cable company to hook you up legally. This message has been brought to you by Group W Satellite Communications and your local cable operator.
Fines to $1,000 and a year in prison.
Alcohol abuse. It hits you right where you live, shattering families.
Shut up, Jennifer! Leave her! Get out of my way!
Turning our highways into battlefields.
Dispatch, this is 165. We've got a fatal. Send the crew.
Roger, 165.
Alcohol abuse. It doesn't have to hit you where you live. Give your town a fighting chance. Call 1-800-ALCALLS.
Well, just like all-star games are supposed to be, nice and tight, and this one indeed is. The hitters getting a little showcase in this ball game. We are all tied at 7 apiece. Moving now to the top half of the 4th inning as Joe Suarez completes his warm-up tosses.
And he is a new battery mate, Finninger.
We're also going to have some defensive changes as far as cable is concerned, as Pat Burke will now go up into the bucket, and he'll be replacing P. Leone, who's been up there for at least a half an hour and needs a cat nap now. So we'll get him back up there a little later on.
If he was afraid the gray matter was going to fry on him, so.
All right, Darren Esposito who opens things up here for the West. Suarez first pitch is in the dirt, ball 1.
Okay, we're in the top of the 4th here. So we need another little quick quiz.
It's outside.
The only player to get 2 hits in an inning in his first major league game.
I need some time with that one. That's over. 2-1. Only player to get 2 hits in 1 inning in his first major league game.
First major league game.
It's in the dirt. 3 balls and a strike to Darren Esposito. Esposito, 12 years old, solid hitter, 500 batting average, but this time goes around on an outside fastball. And the count is full at 3-2. Comebacker Suarez gloves it, tossed to first in time, one away.
Fielded his position nicely.
I'm going to take an off of the top of my head stab at it.
All right.
Rod Carew.
Yep. Guy is no longer an active player.
These guys.
But he's in uniform, big league uniform, in New York.
Ooh, Matt Mariani here in the fourth inning. Mariani walked in the first, came around to score.
Mariani, the leadoff batter, so we're back up at the top of the lineup.
High and tight.
Been synonymous with New York baseball for 30 some odd years and not a Hall of Famer.
That's over.
Not a Hall of Famer.
Say Gene Michael.
No.
Again on the corner, and Mariani will go down without taking the bat off his shoulder. Out number 2 here in the fourth inning. And John Madden will step up. He doubled in the first inning, came around to score. 1 for 1 today. It's over.
I like the versatility of these kids, John. Madden has played a couple of positions and came in to pitch in a real tight situation.
Pops this one into right center. That'll fall in. Base hit. Gets past the right fielder. Madden's going to try for 2. Throw to second. Not in time. So a hustling double by John Madden, his second of the ball game. Puts himself in scoring position with 2 away. And Taro Ayateka steps up. He walked and came around to score in the first inning. If you weren't with us in the beginning of the ball game, Rich Mariani, the president of the TYA, made the 1985 Sportsman of the Year award public today, and this gentleman right here picked it up. Joe Suarez on the mound for the East All-Stars. And that also going to fall in for a base hit. They'll wave Madden around third, and he will score standing up. So Ayateka with an RBI single has broken the tie, and the West All-Stars are now up 8-7.
Nice piece of hitting by Ayateka. All he did was hit that ball away from himself, hit it away, went to the opposite field. There you see him. Looped it in. Base hit, run batted in.
Mike Nierenberg now goes after the first pitch. Come back to Suarez. His toss to first in time, and that will end the inning. But not before the West All-Stars have broken this tie, as they come up with 1 run on 2 hits, no errors, and we had 1 left on. So 3.5 now complete, and the West All-Stars have regained the lead by a count of 8-7. 30 years associated with New York baseball, not a Hall of Famer, wearing a uniform. Only other one I can think of is Bud Harrelson, but he hasn't been around that long.
All right, well, after this one, I'll give it to you. In New Rochelle, we've got co-ed all-star softball coming your way from Aiello Field. That should be interesting indeed. I'll tell you what, New Rochelle takes its softball very seriously, men and women. So if you like softball, stay with us from Aiello Field. Check the program guide. You'll see it only on Cable 3 Sports.
That one will be 5 guys and 5 girls playing on the same team. And they also have to bat and field alternately. If they're, for example, if you have a guy playing first base, a girl must play second, guy short, girl third, and they will bat that way. So that'll be an interesting
Well, my favorite bank teller, Kim Ciotti.
Oh, yeah.
Fairly good country shortstop, my
friend. We may have a chance to see her.
Yep.
So who is it?
Billy Martin.
Good question. I got one for you.
Go ahead.
It's the only Yankee outfielder to have a perfect pitching record.
Down a second, let's go. Bring it down.
Ooh.
Rocky Colavito.
Very good. 1968, came in for 2 innings and shut down, I believe it was the Cleveland Indians back then. All right, the Hacker is rolling.
Right there, boom.
Bottom half of the 4th inning now. East All-Stars now trailing by 1. This game may be decided by who's at the bat last. First delivery to Chris Mulville is over, called strike 1. Ayataka now out of the mound. That one foul off the screen. John Madden now behind the plate. Brian Martin, pardon me, now behind the plate. Tucker wants to fix his shoelace. Again, Jerry Fishoff behind the plate calling balls and strikes. Michael Lynn is down at first. Mike Esposito, the new second base umpire, and Jerry McLaughlin is down at third. That's ripped down the left field line. Fair ball. Cut off by the left fielder, and Mulville's going to try for 2. He's in there standing up.
And he's lucky indeed. I'll tell you something. The left fielder out there did a great job backhanding the baseball and getting it in. Mulvihill was certain that he had a double, and he was very lucky, in fact, that they did not get him.
Well, John Morano now will step up. Morano with a beautiful bunt single down the third base side. And now the infield's starting to creep in a little bit.
In fact, I think that's Esposito out there in left field. That was a great play. But give Mulvihill a double. However, he's lucky that the ball was mishandled in the infield.
That's over, called strike. 1 ball, 1 strike to Morano. Zatoli down to third, way in, as Morano caught him napping last time he was up and laid a beautiful bunt right down the third base line.
2-1.
2 balls and a strike.
Now the problem is he's playing in like that. I'll tell you the real problem is that the man from second base can steal and come right in behind him.
That's high.
And I see what they're doing is having the shortstop cover for him, and that's leaving the entire middle of the infield wide open. Just try to punch it up the middle, son. You're going to get yourself a base hit.
Goes after this one.
All right, that's the way. Keep firing like that.
Full count.
Count is full now to little John Morano. 3 balls, 2 strikes, nobody out, and Chris Mulville down at second base. That swung on and missed, strike 3. Morano goes down on strikes. Feisty little guy.
Yes, sir. Little Wally Backman, matter of fact, a little Billy Martin in him, huh? Wears uniform number 1.
Good thing there's no water cooler over there.
Hey, he's a tough customer.
Here's Jim Duty now. Cuts on a high inside fastball for strike 1. Runner goes. And they're going to say that Mulville had the base stolen. Be a wild pitch. Mulville down to third, 1 away. Duty with a count of 0-1 on it. Another fastball he goes after, strike 2.
They have a man on third with only 1 out.
We got 1 out.
Duty's job here is to get the ball in the air. Matter of fact, get the ball in play if he can.
Right on the outside corner, and Duty goes down looking. Second out here in the 4th inning. And Ayateka trying to get out of this jam. His club up by 1. Chris Fagnani now. Fagnani struck out in the 2nd inning. Goes after the first pitch. There goes the American flag. Fagnani struck out in the 2nd inning and quickly has 2 strikes on him. Mulville down to third, 2 away. Bottom half of the 4th inning. We are scheduled for 6. In the dirt. You saw a good play there by Ayateka.
Coming in and covering the plate, you bet. I'll tell you, if old Sid Fernandez had done that in the spring training, he would have started the season with the big club. That stuff counts on every level.
Swung on and missed strike 3, and Ayateka indeed gets out of the jam after the leadoff double to Mulville. He strikes out the next 3, and the East All-Stars go quietly. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left on as we've completed 4 here at Labriola Field. Nice hat. It remains the West All-Stars 8, the East All-Stars 7.
Looks good on you.
When cancer strikes a loved one, you don't need sympathy. You need team support. And when it comes to team support, the American Cancer Society is in first place. First in patient care, in education, and in life-saving research. The American Cancer Society is dedicated to improving this quality of life for all cancer patients. Remember, your American Cancer Society is there for you and your family. Support your American Cancer Society.
Westchester County is getting tough on drunk driving. We're setting up roadblocks on Westchester roads. We won't tell you where, but they'll be there. So remember, if you're drinking and driving, the people you run into could be them. Stop driving while intoxicated. Westchester County.
8-7 our scores. We're going to the top half of the 5th inning. The West All-Stars, who are heading to the plate, leading the East All-Stars. And to lead it off will be Doug Leprovich. He bounced to short back in the 1st inning.
Let's go.
We're set to begin. First pitch over, strike 1. Richie Flood out on the mound. Playing for the Yankees this year. The pitch is high and outside. 1-1. That's away. West All-Stars with 3 runs in the 1st, 4 in the 3rd, and 1 in the 4th. The East with 2 in the 1st, 1 in the 2nd, and 4 in the 3rd. That's high. 3 balls and 1 strike.
3 balls, 1 strike.
Flood, interesting delivery from a stretch position. That one hits the inside part of the plate.
We've seen a lot of pitchers do that now. Regardless of the situation, they go with the relief pitchers. Goose Gossage, of course, one of the major proponents of that. Probably a good idea, because, you know, you then have that same pattern down. You're pitching the same way all the time, same rhythm. Not a bad idea. Because the Mets sent Doug Sisk down to do that. I don't know if it works. Well, he does that. I don't know if anything else works.
Gerard McLaughlin now, 0 for 1, bounced to 3rd. First pitch outside, ball 1. Rich Flood out on the mound.
See, before we were talking about the difference between soccer and baseball, and the fact is, you can't talk soccer. You know? Yeah. Hey, see that great corner kick in Argentina the other day? You know, you can't talk soccer. Who played soccer?
That's high.
Kyle Roach's disappointing son, you know.
He's an announcer now.
I told you he's a disappointment.
Kyle Roach Jr. I saw him doing the something that maybe you could get a little handle on as McLaughlin draws the bases on balls. Have you ever watched the indoor soccer?
Yeah.
You like that?
It's not too bad because there's some action in it, and they should call all those guys Smith and Jones, though. That's
the names are tough. There's no question about it.
Yeah, that's the only part of the game that's enjoyable because there's a lot of action. It's like knock hockey.
Here's Chris Bell now. Bell is 0 for 1. Bounce unassisted to the first baseman in the second inning. West All-Stars leading by 1, and a threat going here. Runners at first and second with nobody out, and Bell cuts on a nice-looking pitch from Rich Flood. Just missed inside.
2-1.
2 balls and a strike.
Make this your out, infield. Make this your out.
That's low. Runners hold. And we're going to have time here. Quick conference out on the mound.
Jimmy Lombardi, one of the assistant coaches, goes out.
Okay, what? I don't know. What former...
You got another quiz coming in here.
Former Minnesota Twin.
On a Spanish international network.
Minnesota Twin, who is now a former Twin, who's now a Spanish announcer.
Oh, I know that one.
Wait a minute.
3-1.
Tony Oliva.
No, hold on.
I think he just called me out.
Cesar Tovar. Ground ball.
Got to shortstop. They'll go to third, get the force there.
Nice job by Suarez.
That was a hard hit ball.
May have started with the center.
Goes down 6-5 for out number 1. Lefovich does. McLaughlin moves up to second, and now Mark Bernardini will step in. He struck out in the second.
Jose Valdivieso. How could I forget him? And who could remember him? Great idea.
That was my question.
Jose Valdivieso.
Hey, you take a look at this table. It's amazing how we can do anything. We've been here a while. Bernardini 0 for 1 today. Pitches outside.
By the way, these are not all my sodas. Let's see, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. There are 10 sodas here, but this is, because we've had the...
Well, see, what happened is Maneri, in between games, Maneri goes out.
It's diet soda. I am a Canadian rat. I think I'll die of this stuff.
That missed.
Now, what were you...
I was going to say in between
how are you
games.
Slander me?
I was saying in between games, you walk around and collect the empty cans because every nickel counts.
That's too bad, hey.
Hey, you got that new kid coming in.
Sure, wife will be out of work.
Sure.
You know.
Honey, I got 6 new cans today. Bouncers, second base, and they go to first in time. So Bernardini goes out 4-3. Runners move up. McLaughlin now down to third. Bell is at second. 2 away.
The important thing there, though, was that Caparo got the out.
Hung with it. Greg Goodfriend now. Popped up to the second baseman. I tell you, taking a look out there are a lot of Yankees playing in this inning here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them.
There's Mattingly over there.
That just missed low.
The old Giants colors.
2 balls, no strikes. 2 away. Runners at second and third. West All-Stars looking to add to their 1-run lead. That misses outside. Goodfriend this season, batting .320. He's got great speed. If he can get it in play. High. Ball 4. So Goodfriend is on. That loads him up. Here comes Mr. Everett's son again.
Young Mr. Everett.
Young Mr. Everett.
By the way,
not to be confused with the young Mr. Lincoln.
Bob Everett has given me, and we can talk about it a little bit, his proposal to Major League Baseball, and he has sent it to the commissioner's office for the designated hitter problem.
He's just looking for tickets.
Yeah, no, and I think he really has a great plan.
Well, in any event, Pete Everett here at the plate, 1 for 1, a single in the third, came around to score. Chance to bust this game open here a little bit with the bases loaded, 2 away. Everett from the left-hand side of the plate.
Space between the hands, I want Ty Cobb. You heard about him.
Hey, he used to date his wife, didn't he? Before she was Mrs. Cobb, of course.
His first wife, yeah.
That missed inside.
Well, Bob Everett's plan is have the DH, but not for the pitcher. Pitcher must bat. Have your DH with someone else in the order. Not a bad idea.
2-1 pitch. Outside, ball 3.
And by the way,
3-1 account.
It's statistically valid. I mean, he goes through this whole thing. I'm not going to get into the numbers right now, but he's absolutely valid with it. It's very interesting.
Now, you're dead set against the DH. You kind of like
Yeah.
this idea.
Well, because what it does is it puts a little bit more strategy back. And it makes the pitcher and the manager focal point of strategy.
All right, so Pete Everett has picked up an RBI with the bases on balls. As McLaughlin scores from third, everybody will shuffle up a base. Bell to third, Goodfriend to second, Everett down to first. And it is now 9-7 in favor of the West All-Stars here in the top half of the 5th inning. And Titus Agee steps up. Agee with a single in the 3rd inning. He's 1 for 1 today.
And as you say, it's later than you think. The 5th inning of 6.
Rich Flood trying to get out of this inning. Just inside. Boo birds in the background, I hear. It gets away. Nobody advances. 2 outs, bases are loaded for the West All-Stars here in the top half of the 5th inning. 1 run already in. High. Oh, no place to put Mr. Agee. I imagine Titus Agee is going to be taking all the way on this one. Right down the middle.
Came down Broadway with both doors open.
Right down the plate, Rich.
Right on the outside corner. So the count full now at 3 balls and 2 strikes. 2 outs, and the base is loaded.
And they're going to be running on the pitch.
Now they can't run on the pitch.
Well, on anything hit.
Okay.
You're right.
Missed it outside. So Agee also picks up an RBI. That's the 3rd straight walk issued by Rich Flood. As Bell scores from 3rd. Goodfriend moves up to 3rd base. Everett now down to 2nd. And we will go to Brian Martin. Reached on a fielder's choice. Came around to score in the 3rd inning. First pitch inside, ball 1.
They've got a couple of runs already and no base hits. 5 walks this inning and a fielder's choice.
It's a good fastball. Martin went after, strike 1. 1 ball and a strike. (10-7). West All-Stars leading. And they're going to say that Martin did go on the bunt attempt. So now Flood has a hitter right where he wants him at 1-2. From the stretch position. Little pop fly. First baseman corrals it. And that will end the inning. An interesting inning, to say the least, for the West All-Stars, who come up with 2 runs on no hits. We had no errors, but 3 left on. So as we're set to move now to the bottom half of the 5th inning, it is now the West All-Stars 10 and the East All-Stars 7.
I'd like to remind you once again that DAV, the Disabled American Veterans Chapter 172 of New Rochelle, is again this year sponsoring its DAV softball tournament, and again we're going to have the championship game for you on Cable 3 Sports. The game of the week from Aiello Field in New Rochelle, the DAV 172 championship game. It's going to be played Sunday,
bottom of the 5th.
the 7th, the 8th of June And you might want to...
The 9th of June,
The 9th
Hacker.
of June, Hacker.
Yes.
That's what I said. The 9th of June. You might want to come on over and see it in the early evening at Iola Field.
What time will you be there?
7 o'clock for the semifinal, and about 9 o'clock, maybe about 8:30 for the final. A lot of fun, real good competition. And come on out. And then check the program guide. We're going to have it for you on Cable 3 Sports.
Right after that, the co-ed all-star game. At the same field.
At the same field.
All right.
At the same date.
That's right.
Oh, no semifinal. We're just doing the finals.
Just
okay,
a
and
deuce.
The co-ed. All right. That'll be fun.
This is just for the Hacker. Game starts at 5:30.
Get out of here. It does not so. You guys are... You guys are so mean to me. You know, every once in a while, I show up when you tell me, and the truck's not there yet. You guys are just murder. Murder! My time is valuable.
You said you can't talk soccer. Fishoff.
Yep, Fishoff is now going to let Maneri have it for his comment about not talking about soccer.
Get out of here. Speak English.
Oh, we ready? Bring it in, bring it in. Just go down. Ready?
An interesting pitch. Taro Ayataka out on the mound. There's Jim Duty, supervisor of Eastchester, has been here throughout most of the afternoon. We begin bottom half of the 5th inning. East All-Stars trailing by 3. And Ken Fleming will lead things off here in the 5th. He came up to bat in the 2nd inning and was called out on the 3rd strike. Ayateka's first delivery is high, ball 1.
10-7.
Come on. 1-1.
All right, how about another quiz? We talked about Billy Martin had 2 hits in 1 inning as a rookie. Give me a rookie with 3 hits in 1 inning.
That's high.
And he was Ted Williams' caddy, known in his career as Ted Williams' caddy. Big, lanky guy. Looked like Ted, couldn't play like him. 3 hits in an inning in his rookie year. Bless you. Gene Stevens. I wanted to give it to you early because I...
That's inside, so the count now runs full at 3-2.
Who was the Yankee the other night who had the...
Joe Pasqua.
Joe Pasqua.
His home run in his 2nd major league at-bat.
Right. How about a Met who did that this year?
Right down the middle, and Fleming is called out on strikes to open up the 5th. 1 away, and Charlie Andros will step up. He walked and came around to score in the 3rd inning.
Fleming's had a tough day, gone down looking twice.
Sharply hit down to 3rd, throw to 1st in time.
Nicely handled.
Satoli down there, or pardon me, Chris Bell down at 3rd, making the play. They're 2 away. Neil Croparo now steps up. He walked in the 3rd. First pitch over, strike 1. Big sweeping curveball is over. Nice. A big smile on his face. He knew he got away with one.
Throwing the bender.
0-2 pitch. That got away. One and two now. 2 away, nobody on. Bottom of the 5th. Swung on and missed, strike 3. So that a quick and easy inning as far as the East All-Star, actually as far as the West All-Stars are concerned. The East goes quietly, 3 up, 3 down, nothing across. We're going to the last inning, the 6th, with the West All-Stars leading the East All-Stars by a score of 10-7.
It's selective, immediate, and relevant. But above all, cable is choice. Discover a world of possibilities on cable. Just reach for the source.
Now see the real wonders of the world on cable TV. Every week, watch National Geographic Explorer and delve into the treasures of the deep. Fly within inches of an ancient glacier or probe the mysteries of a lost civilization. National Geographic brings you the wonders of the earth, sea, and sky. See the real wonders of the world. National Geographic Explorer, every Sunday on Nickelodeon.
It's not any dog who can get you out of school.
She wants me to go with her, Miss Hazlitt. May I?
All right, Timmy, you may go.
I'm sure it's an emergency.
Lassie on Nickelodeon.
Personal choice. It means there's always something right for you. Because cable's not just more choice, it's your choice.
Folks have joined us. Been here most of the day. Actually, we've had like 3 different set of fans who have rolled in and out of Labriola. And that's where the hacker will be spending the night.
Is that so? Honest, honey, that's not true.
All right, we're already rolling here in the 6th inning. Leading it off for the East All-Stars. Or, pardon me, for the West All-Stars. And it is Kareem Shahada, who had an RBI double back in the 3rd inning. He also came around to score. This one popped up. Coming in is the left fielder. Makes the catch. We're out in number 1.
First time 2 announcers bumped into each other on a fly ball there.
Rich Flood out on the mound for the East. 1 out, and George Drukas now steps up, 0 for 1. Popped up to the first baseman in the 3rd. First pitch outside, ball 1. Drukas digging in. It's over. 1 ball and 1 strike. Roller off the field, off the fence. The count now at 1 ball, 2 strikes.
I'll tell you, we are dusty at this point in the day.
Got him. Swinging strike 3. Drukas is eliminated. Second out here in the 6th, and Mike Satoli will step up. He reached on a throwing error in the 3rd. Came around to score. First pitch from Flood is outside, ball 1. Popped up. Shortstop on the outfield grass, makes the grab. And again, another very easy inning. 3 up, 3 down for the West All-Stars here in the 6th. Nothing across. We're coming up to the last chance saloon for the East All-Stars. They've got 3 outs left to go, and they're down by 3. In and out, as they say. Any more questions? You know, the Met, the rookie Met,
who did that this year?
Hit a home run in his first major league game.
Right, this year.
Who was it?
And he's not even with them now.
Not even with them any longer. Well, as you ponder that, we want to remind you that the Cable 3 softball Game of the Week schedule has been finalized. And we're going to come across with, I think it's a total of 13 games this summer, 1 a week. And we will be all over Westchester County. Have a chance to watch some of the finest softball players in the county. And as an extra special bonus, can see the players vie for that all-important Cable 3 Most Valuable Player Award. The recipient will get an opportunity to talk to the hacker when it's over.
Oh, what a great thought.
There'll be guys busting their tails all over this county trying to get that one.
Trying to escape.
Well, we're going to be all over the place. We've got men's and women's softball coming your way, so I hope you'll join us all summer long for the ever-popular, ever-infamous, always famous Cable 3 softball Game of the Week. All right, here comes the East All-Stars, and to start things off for the East, quick belt
Ken
on the
Inzio.
backside, Ken Inzio. So he is on. Cable had their first softball game. Our own co-ed
Thanks for
team.
inviting me.
You were away.
Come on.
We tried to
Any
get
excuse.
There's a pop fly down the left field line, and snow cone makes the catch. Runner tags. Enzio goes over to second base. On the play is Eric Fenninger goes out. And you're going to see, they call this a snow cone.
And you'll see why.
An adventure out here in left field.
Oh, yes,
Got it.
sir.
Okay. So 1 out. And we will move down to the top of the order. Jason DiGiacomo is going to lead things off. But right now we're going to have an appeal play at first base to see if indeed, if Enzio left too soon, and they say he did not. So he will remain at second with 1 out, and DiGiacomo will step up. DiGiacomo struck out in the first, walked and scored in the third inning. Squares around a bunt, lays down a nice one, picked up by the catcher, throw to first in time. And that is the second out. Goes 2-3.
Sack 2-3. Okay. Well, before we run out of time, the answer to that Met question. Ah, foul ball. Okay. The answer to that Met question is Len Dykstra.
Ah.
The man who made Mookie Wilson well.
In a hurry.
Yeah, he came up and ripped him up in Cincinnati for a weekend, and all of a sudden, Wilson's shoulder felt much better, thank you.
So they called it a foul ball on the bunt attempt, and very quickly now DiGiacomo with 2 strikes on him. They fake a toss down to second. 1 out here in the 6th. Again, DiGiacomo squares. They say he went around, fouled it off, and that will go as strike 3.
Odd that he was bunting in that situation. You know, for the second out of an inning, when you're trailing by 3 runs.
Richie Flood now. Last shot for the East All-Stars. Rich 1 for 2 today. Reached on an error and scored in the first. Singled to drive in a run in the third. First delivery is ball 1. Leverovich out on the mound for the West All-Stars, trying to wrap it up. That's a little high. Looks like we're going to have Mr. Goodfriend as our guest following the conclusion of our ball game. That pitch a little low. High, ball 4. Well, the East All-Stars not quite finished yet. Runners at first and second, and the number 3 hitter, Mike Solombini, 2 for 2 today, a double in the first, singled, and an RBI in the third.
Well, stranger things have happened.
They have.
You know what Yogi said.
He is the tying run. Yogi used to say,
it ain't over.
If he was alive today, he'd be rolling in his grave. Solombini with a called strike. 0-1 pitch is low, gets away, and everybody's going to move up a base. So that puts him in scoring position at second and third.
Best ball.
And all of a sudden, this game has really started to take a turn. Solombini has 2 home runs this season. So he does have the power to poke it out of here. Went after a nice looking pitch on the outside corner. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Leverovich trying to slam the door. Runners at second and third. Just inside. Ooh, tough pitch.
Tough pitch to take. Well, I'll tell you what, tough pitch, but not so much a tough pitch to take. It really tied him up.
2-2.
Not a hitter's pitch.
Rips this one. Fair ball, left field. 1 run will score as it gets past the left fielder. That'll score 2. And Solombini goes into second with a 2-run double.
His 3rd double of the day. 3 RBIs, 3 doubles. This kid's a hitter. He just jumped on that pitch.
More importantly, it will bring the winning run to the plate in the form of Tom Forliano, who has struck out twice in this ball game, once swinging and once on a called 3rd strike. But he has a chance to become hero here.
Solombini just got a pitch that he wanted, that he could pull, turned the hands over, turned the wrists, got the meat of the bat out in front. Just a classic hitting stance.
So Doug Lefovich on the mound, 12 years old, trying to get this one in the books. It is now 10-9 here in the 6th.
And this is the way you like them. They're going right down to the final out.
Popped up. Could be trouble. And it's in there. Base hit. Here comes the tying run. And he will score. Forliano down in scoring position at second base.
Cancel that interview.
What a clutch base hit. RBI single for Forliano.
Give me double.
All right, you're not going to say he went to second on the throw?
No.
Yeah, you're a good guy. Here's all the hardware that's...
No, I'm a great guy.
You're a great guy. There's the hardware getting set to be passed out to the winning team, but hold on.
Who's passed out?
We are tied up at 10 apiece as the East All-Stars have come across with 3 runs. Here in the bottom of the 6th, the winning run now down at second. And Brian Scully, the batter, takes a called ball. He is 1 for 1 with a 2-run double in the first. And that's inside. 2-0 the count now. Right down the middle. Two balls and a strike. Outside. Of course, Forliano will be moving as soon as the ball is hit with 2 outs.
Scully's job is to get the ball in play.
On the outside corner.
Son, you're never going to hit like that, backing off it.
Scully's got to get in there and be aggressive. Just missed inside, ball 4, so Scully is on. Puts runners at first and second with 2 away, and will bring up Joe Suarez. Suarez 0 for 2, has struck out twice. First pitch from Lefovich, over, strike 1.
Same job now, get the ball in play, make someone handle it.
Slow roller, and that'll just kick foul. So Suarez will come back up. No balls, 2 strikes. All tied at 10 apiece. Swung on and missed, strike 3. So Suarez goes down. And that is going to finish the inning, but not before the East All-Stars have sent it to extra innings. 3 runs on 2 hits, no errors, 2 left on. Extra innings coming your way. We're going to move to the 7th, all tied up at 10 apiece.
I love reading old newspapers. I found this one in my folks' attic, Lusitania Sunk. Gives you a great idea of what life was like in those days. Look at these prices. Loaf of bread, 9 cents. Dozen eggs, 15 cents. Pound of butter, 9 cents. Things sure have changed.
There's no doubt that basic cable TV makes me and my family the best informed, the best educated, the most entertained people in the world today. Basic cable service brings over 700 hours of television into my home each and every day, and for only 34 cents. At these prices, basic cable TV belongs in this paper. That's why I'm getting basic cable television from UA Columbia Cablevision of Westchester, our best entertainment value.
Well, everybody seems very happy. We haven't taken a vote from inside the truck yet, but in any event, we're going to extra innings. Here in the 7th, all tied up at 10 apiece as the East comes across with 3 runs. And they did it with 2 away. Tie this ball game up at 10 apiece. Rich Flood came out onto the mound to start his warm-up tosses, but the rule here in the All-Star game, you can only go 2 innings. Chris Mulvihill will be out on the mound now. And the West will start things off here in the 7th inning. All tied at 10.
It'll be Brian Haller, Darren Esposito, and Matt Mariani. Last 2, and then we go to Mariani, who's the leadoff batter. So if they get anything going, the West, they've got the meat of the order laying in wait.
Yeah, I was telling you about the Cable 3 co-ed softball team had their first outing against Serendipities. Got beat 5-4, also in extra innings. We went 8. What a ball game, though. All 4 runs were scored after 2 innings, and was shut down the rest of the way. I'll tell you, one of the purest softball games you've ever seen. Here's Brian Heller. First pitch is low, ball 1. My brother Paul with a 3-run homer.
Oh!
2nd inning.
I tell you, eating those burgers has helped him, huh?
That's inside.
Extra weight looks good on him.
But it looks good on you. Heller with a double in the 3rd inning, his 2nd appearance. Bounces this one to 2nd. Ball bobbled. Throw not in time. So good hustle by Heller.
E4.
Error charge to the 2nd baseman, and we'll bring up now Darren Esposito. Hit a comebacker. His only appearance down in the 4th. Swung on, strike 1. Chris Mulvihill on the mound now. That's inside.
Where'd you guys play, by the way?
Where?
Yeah.
Over at Isaac Young Junior High School. Not as nice as this field, but not bad.
Can't have everything.
That's a little high. Sam Kissinger, the New Rochelle City manager who happens to play with Serendipities, got us the field.
Amazing. Another coincidence in life.
How about that?
It's a small world.
That's low. Heller with a big look going towards 2nd, but stays at 1st. 3-0 now to Darren Esposito. That's on the outside corner. 3 balls and 1 strike. Darren Esposito with a long look at Jerry Fishoff. Count is full now, 3-2. That's right on the plate. Strike 3. Esposito goes down looking.
Yes, sir.
1 away. Heller remains at 1st. And we go to the top of the order. Matt Mariani will start it off. 0 for 1. Walked and scored in the 1st. Called out on strikes in the 4th inning. Should mention, too, that if you have a co-ed softball team and are looking for some games, you can get in touch and aren't very good and like to lose. Just get in touch with Jeff DeCua. Give him something to do over at Cable. He'll be more than happy to play for your team. Mariani cuts on the first pitch, strike 1.
I tell you, I ran into a Cable 3 subscriber.
Swung on and missed, strike 2.
On the island of St. John.
Did you?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Guy from New Rochelle.
That's high and tight.
He and his wife were down there. Said, I know you.
Internationally known. Strike 3. Mariani goes down. 2nd time he struck out in the ball game. But now, John Madden has had quite an afternoon. 2 doubles, and he has scored 2 runs in the 1st and 4th inning. Runner at 1st with 2 outs. Brian Heller remains at 1st base. First pitch high and tight, ball 1.
Boy, tied at 10 in extra innings, huh? Wow. Because you wanted 3 games. Like the last one to go extra innings. Well, you know.
Fouled off the screen. You didn't want to mow your lawn today anyway.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I got people living in us. I hear noises at night. Yankee Joe, we know you're in there.
That's inside and high. 2-1. And we're going to have a quick substitution here. new right fielder going into the ball game. DiGiacomo will go into right field.
Boy, they're pulling out all the plugs now.
John Madden, 2 for 2 today. Go ahead, runners at first base. Pops this one up. Oh, did they make the right play? No, he almost came up with it. Throw down to third, and it gets away, and a runner's going to score. If he hurries, here's the throw to the plate. Got him! Brian Heller cut down at the plate, and that ends the inning. So, we're going to the bottom half of the 7th inning. No damage done as the West comes up empty-handed. No runs. No runs.
No runs on one hit.
On one hit, no errors, and one left on. Bottom of the 7th after this message as we continue with our sports special here at Cable 3.
We'll have to see it again.
Yeah, they want to know if we can see that last play. Do we have that on tape? No, we don't. Okay.
We don't have it. You'll have to wait till Tuesday.
All right.
Good play. Bang, bang play.
Cut him down at home plate. No runs for the West here in the 7th. And Miles, he was at the bowling event the other day, and now he's suffering through 3 games plus.
Over at first base, being punished, eh, Miles?
Nice hat, Miles.
Looks good on you. That's right.
All right, well, the East, who scored 3 runs in the bottom of the 6th to tie this one up, now with a chance. Oh, out at third.
That's a knock him down play.
That's kind of more save my head. I'll worry about the catch later. Satoli down at third, coming up with that line drive.
That'll back you up.
Woo! Chris Mulville with a line drive. 1 away. John Morano now. Get that shirt tucked in. Stand up, John.
Let's take a look at that shot again.
Oh, a beauty. All right, Morano had a bunt single in the 2nd, came around to score, and struck out in the 4th inning. And the infield playing in. Satoli on the grass, down at 3rd. That misses outside. 2-0. Now, I'm sure the East would love to get Morano on. He's got great speed. May be able to do a lot with him as he cuts on a high fastball. 2 balls and a strike.
He's unhappy. What a feisty kid.
Yeah, he went after a outside fastball on that one, so the count evens up at 2-2.
Problem is he tried to pull it. If you're going to go after that pitch, you got to slap it.
And he missed that one. Strike 3. Two away.
Not exactly ready to star in the most happy fella, I'll tell you that much.
Jim Duty steps in. First pitch over, strike 1. Duty walked in the 2nd, called out on strikes in the 4th. Inside, 1-1. Morano still up and walking around on the bench.
A lot of vinegar running through his veins, I'll tell
so.
you. Woo!
That's over. 1-2 now. 2 away, nobody on. It's in the dirt. Count evens up at 2-2. Leverovich out on the mound, his 2nd inning of work. He gave up the 3 runs in the bottom of the 6th to move us 2 extra innings. And that's cut on and missed, strike 3. So Duty goes down, an easy inning. The East goes quietly, 3 up, 3 down, nothing across. And at the end of 7 complete here at Labriola Field on our sports special, the Major League All-Stars have put on a show. East and West all tied at 10 apiece.
It's selective, immediate, and relevant. But above all, cable is choice. Discover a world of possibilities on cable. Just reach for the source.
Ever feel the urge to talk back to Washington? Now you can 3 times each weekday with C-SPAN, America's network. quiz editors and reporters every morning on national and world news. Tell politicians and newsmakers exactly what you think, one-on-one, as C-SPAN takes your calls live. C-SPAN's live call-in program, 3 times daily at 9 a.m., 5 p.m., and 9 p.m. Eastern Time. That's 6 a.m., 2 p.m., and 6 p.m. Pacific. C-SPAN is a public service of this cable system and the cable television industry.
Personal choice. It means there's always something right for you. Because cable's not just more choice, it's your choice.
Oh, we're back. We're ready to go. That was a quick little spot. And we are set now to go to the top half of the 8th inning. We're in extra innings here at Labriola Field. The Major League All-Star game, East versus West. West coming to the plate now. And
Good versus evil.
This is Taro Ayateka.
I'll tell you, if they keep going, it's going to be light versus darkness.
Ayateka 1 for 1 today. Walked and scored in the first, single to drive in a run in the 4th inning. Joe Mulville out on the mound for the East All-Stars. Fly ball, left field. Got it. One away. Not sure, but I think I hear everybody behind us taking a big, deep breath as that ball goes up. One away.
Almost poked it out.
There it is again. Got it a lot on it, just a little bit in front of it. And that one almost sailed over his head. Mike Nuremberg cuts on the first pitch, strike 1.
Was that Salambini out there?
Believe so.
On that catch?
Line drive, that's in the gap. Base hit.
Cut off nicely.
So Nuremberg with his second hit of the day. He had a 2-run single in the first and bounced to the pitcher in the 4th, so he is now 2 for 3. And Doug Lefovich will step up. Doug is 0 for 1, bounced to short in the first, walked in the 5th.
That is Salambini out in left field. Did a nice job cutting that ball also. Did not go to the fence for extra bases.
Good point. I thought that one was going to go to the fence. And Salambini right now pulled way over to left center. There's a big gap right down the line.
Although, you know, he played the previous batter, Taro Ayateka, very well, because he did play him a little further to the line and needed to. Needed every foot of it.
Outside. 2 balls and 1 strike to Doug Lefovich. Runner on, 1 away. All tied up at 10 apiece, top of the 8th inning. Foul back. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Line drive, center field. Moreno is there and makes the grab. Throws down to first, and it gets away, but luckily right off of the fence. A couple of inches over, and that's going to move runners up. Well, 2 away. And stepping in will be Gerard McLaughlin, who is 0 for 1, bounced to third in the first, walked and scored in the 5th.
You know what I love in this situation, John? These kids have played all over the ball field today.
Nice play by the third baseman to trap the ball, but no play. So an infield single for McLaughlin puts runners at first and second, but more importantly, Nuremberg now in scoring position at second base.
Flood, though, did a nice job on making that stop because he kept the runner off third base, where maybe he'd score on a wild pitch or whatever.
Chris Bell steps in, cuts on the first pitch, strike 1.
Because that also preserves the force, even at third base.
Bell, 0 for 2, bounced to first, and hit into a fielder's choice. Moreno goes back, and he makes the grab. So John Moreno out in center field with some pretty nifty fielding in himself. And the West goes quietly, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 2 left on as we're going to the bottom half of the 8th inning now. And it will remain the West All-Stars 10 and the East All-Stars 10. 2 hits for the West in the 8th inning. Oh, good to see Morano channel that extra energy into positive feedback.
That's right. 2 nice defensive plays by him.
So the East All-Stars will step in. Remember, a run from them will end this game very quickly. There he is, our little spark plug. I guess if he was Reggie Jackson, he'd be the straw that stirs the drink.
That's right. And if he was Billy Martin, he'd be punching Reggie.
He's a little, he'd be glad when this one's over, I think.
But Gramps, it's going to be a short game.
Titus Agee is now out on the mound, pitching for the West All-Stars. And Ayateka out behind the plate doing the catching. All tied up at 10 apiece, going to the bottom half of the 8th inning. West All-Stars with 3 runs in the top half of the first. East came back with 2 to trail by 1. Then they tied it up in the bottom half of the 2nd inning. We're all tied at 3 apiece. Then the West scored 4 in the 3rd to go up 7-3. But the East came right back with 4 of their own in the bottom of the 3rd. That knotted it up at 7 apiece. Then the West with 1 in the 4th to go up 8-7. 2 more in the 5th to go up 10-7. And the East with 2 away in the 6th inning scored 3 runs to tie it up at 10, and that's where we stand. So we go to the bottom half of the 8th inning, and Titus Agee on the mound now. He'll be working 2 if it goes that long. But 1 run from the East, and this ball game will be history. Taro Ayateka now behind the plate, doing the catching. And the East All-Stars will set up shop. Chris Fagnini stepping in. Fagnani. Chris Fagnani. Sorry. He's 0 for 2 today, struck out twice. Facing Titus Agee. First pitch, low, ball 1. Goes after a low fastball. They're going to play this one till it's finished.
What an odd thing to do.
Inside. Fagnani, as we mentioned, struck out twice in this ball game. Leading off here in the 8th, that's inside. Three balls and 1 strike. Low, ball 4. So you're going to see all kinds of interesting things now with the leadoff hitter and the winning run down at first base. Ken Fleming will step up. Fleming has also struck out twice in this ball game, both on called 3rd strikes. This time it's bounced off of the pitcher's mitt. They may have trouble getting anybody, and they won't get anybody.
Infield hit.
Base hit for Fleming, his first of the day. Runners at 1st and 2nd, still nobody out.
Now remember, the East is the home club. 1 run wins the ball game.
Charlie Andros stepping in. He's 0 for 1 today, walked and scored in the 3rd and bounced the 3rd in the 5th. Runners at 1st and 2nd, nobody out. Bottom of the 8th. Off liner and grabbed by the second baseman, and they pick up the double play. Big double play for the West All-Stars there. Fagnani kind of falling asleep out there.
Perfect jump at second base.
Mariani making the grab. And there are now 2 away. Here it is again. So he went with the pitch.
And he waited. It looked like he wanted to jump earlier. He did not. He held his ground.
Neil Caparo now stepping up. Cuts on a first pitch, strike 1. 2 away. Fleming remains at 1st. That's swung on and missed, strike 2. Caparo 0 for 1, walked in the third, struck out in the fifth. Line drive, base hit. And that one does not get past, but they're going to move runners along. And everybody moves up. They are down at second and third, so that double play very big. This ball game would have been over. Caparo with the single. Puts runners at second and third, but Fleming is the only one who counts. He's the one that's 60 feet away. And Ken Inizio stepping in. Inzio, pardon me, reached on a fielder's choice to drive in a run in the third and hit by a pitch and came around to score in the sixth. And a quick conference out on the mound with manager Goodfriend and his entire infield. They have to go for the out at first base. Any error and this ball game is over. Of course, a single will end it, but there are 2 outs.
One team comes from the same city.
And the gentleman who could become hero, Ken Inzio. Inzio batting .450 coming into this game. First delivery from Titus Agee over strike 1. That's low. 1 ball and 1 strike. Eric Finninger is on deck.
It's the ball game right out here. Now they can walk him.
It's high and tight. 2 balls and a strike. Ball gets away. They will not try to score Fleming.
This is not the time to try to pick somebody off. Work the batter. These guys aren't going anywhere unless you throw it away.
Bouncer down to second. Throw over in time. Oh, big play by Mariani. Not only coming up with the double play, but a very scary ground ball. And it goes out 4-3. And in the inning, no runs. 2 hits, no errors, and 2 left on. Going to the 9th inning. All tied up at 10 apiece.
We cover the world of business. We're the Financial News Network. From Wall Street to the West, FNN means business news, stock news, and commodities. We'll bring you interviews from leading experts in business and finance. And we feature both the New York and American Stock Exchange ticker tapes. FNN, for those wanting to know the who, what, when, where, and why, tune to FNN, Monday through Friday.
Hello, I'm Nanette Fabre. Closed captioned. Have you ever wondered exactly what that term means? Well, closed captions are subtitles, just like the ones you see here. The captions appear when a decoder is connected with any TV set. Closed captions let you enjoy TV, even with no sound. Oh, it's a tremendous boon for the hearing impaired. For more information, call this toll-free number, 1-800-528-6600. Thank you.
You wanted baseball, we got baseball for you today. We're going into our 3rd extra inning. Top half of the 9th. All tied up at 10 apiece.
All right, here's a little quiz for you. 6 names, nicknames, monikers are shared by professional teams. In other words, let's say the Yankees, if there were 2 teams named the Yankees. Name 6 of them. We'll give them to you during this inning.
Leading it off for the West here in the top of the 9th, Mark Bernardini. 0 for 2, struck out in the 2nd and bounced to second in the 5th.
By the way, a hint, 3 of those 6 names are names of New York teams.
DiGiacomo now out on the mound, and a high fastball gets Bernardini to cut on it. So the count now, no balls, 2 strikes.
West looking to erupt here.
Just inside.
It's when you turn and let it hit you in the back.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Fouled off the screen, so Bernardini stays alive.
Those are the cases where all of a sudden you develop a very high threshold of pain.
Yeah. Foul ball.
Here we go. Use this one anytime. Give it to Mr. Lynn. Yeah, I'm gonna. Go ahead. 1 and 2.
Count remains 1 and 2. Foul again off the screen.
Bernardini hanging tough, and John, as you well know, in a tie ball game, extra innings, that lead batter is so important because if you can get him on, you move him over, you can do a lot of things.
And again, jammed him with a fastball, but Bernardini fought it off to stay alive.
He is just up there swinging. I'll tell you, he looks good at the stick because anything that comes in, he's got the bat off his shoulders.
And they have to at this point. You
Oh,
can't
yeah.
go up there looking for a walk. Got to be aggressive at the plate.
The problem is that he's behind on the count of ball and 2 strikes, and the pitcher doesn't feel he has to throw strikes to him.
Just missed outside. Well, the count now even at 2 and 2.
This is the delight of every little kid. You're hitting extra innings with a brand new baseball. Get me at that.
Swung on and missed strike 3. 1 away here in the ninth.
Tough at bat for Bernardini. He hung in there. Good job. Didn't get anything to show for it, though.
Greg Goodfriend now 0 for 1. Popped the second in the second and walked in the fifth. First pitch over, strike 1.
Here's another kid who runs the bases real well. They'd love to have him on.
Strike 2. Jason DiGiacomo, 12 years old, out on the mound. Slow roller, Suarez at third, up with it. His toss, and it gets away. And it's a dead ball. So that means Goodfriend will move over to second base.
E5.
Base hit, E5? Or E5 all the way?
You want to go 1 and 1?
I would.
You're a wonderful father.
Okay.
That's it.
Base hit and an error. So Pete Everett now steps in with a go-ahead run at second. Everett, 1 for 1, singled and scored in the third and walked to drive in a run in the fifth inning. 1 away, runner at second. That's Silver. Now Goodfriend way in the back of the batter's box, and anything on the outside part of the plate he's not going to be able to reach. I say Goodfriend, didn't I? Pete Everett. 1 ball, 2 strikes now to Everett. Right down the middle, strike 3. So Everett called out on strikes, 2 away. Goodfriend remains down at second. And Titus Agee, he is 1 for 1, a single in the third. He also walked in, drove in a run in the fifth inning.
I'll tell you, these are tremendous moments of ups and downs for these kids.
Grounder down to second, throw to first in time, and the inning is over. No runs for the West. They did pick up 1 hit. There was 1 error and 1 left on. Bottom half of the ninth inning now coming up, and we still remain tied at 10 apiece.
Well, they're going to go last man on the lineup. Then we go to Giacomo, Flood, and Salambini. And this could be all she wrote if the East can get something going here. They've got their big hitters coming up. Whew, what a ball game.
Now, you mentioned 6 professional teams
Right.
with the same nickname.
Now, 3 of them in New York. The Rangers, all right, the New York Rangers hockey team, and of course the Texas Rangers. The Giants, football Giants, and the baseball Giants in San Francisco. The Jets, football Jets, and the Winnipeg Jets. Okay, then we go. 1 city with 2 of them.
That's the easy one.
St. Louis with both the baseball and the football Cardinals. Then we start to get tough. The Kings, the LA Kings, and the Sacramento Kings. All right, of the NBA. And the Oilers, the Edmonton and Houston Oilers. Ooh, all right, some fun. Something to do in extra innings, huh? If you liked it, my name's Pete Maneri. If you didn't like that, write to Tony Koash. Tell him you didn't like it when he sat in for Maneri.
We should mention that Maneri is available for weddings and bar mitzvahs.
Oh, yeah.
And our long trips.
Adolescent parties. That's right.
He's better than car bingo. All right, Titus Agee still out on the mound. We're going to the bottom half of the 9th inning.
You better be careful. I'll challenge you to state capitals.
Ooh, I'm good at state capital. Oh, yeah.
Well, I'll find out if you're good at state capitals, although it's fairly close in our region. Vermont.
Burlington.
No!
St. Albans. Montpelier.
You said you were good. You couldn't even get the first one.
Vermont. Who goes to Vermont? I have no business in Montpelier.
Oh, well. You mean she moved?
All right. Bottom of the 9th. Lead it off with Eric Finninger. Reached on a fielder's choice in the 3rd and scored and flied out to left in the 6th. He is 0 for 2. Quick repair jump by Everett at second base, ties the shoe. First pitch from Agee, cut on, strike 1. Brian Martin now behind the plate doing the catching.
Tony Koash wants me to name all communities that Cable 3 serves. I want him to define serve.
Heller down at first base picks it up unassisted.
One of the things I learned in my graduate school research courses was definitions.
Right.
What is the operative definition?
All right, we go to the top of the order now. Jason DiGiacomo struck out twice and walked. Pitch is high, ball 1.
Test the measurements.
All tied up at 10 apiece. Bottom half of the 9th inning. Just inside, 2-0. Meat of the order. Getting set to come up for the East All-Stars. Flood, Salambini, and Furliano. This one, fly ball, center field, and making the catch, Shahada.
He hit a little bit of a curveball there. Very interesting. Stayed right with it.
2 away, and Rich Flood now steps up. Flood reached on an error in the 1st and scored. Singled to drive in a run in the 3rd and walked in the 6th and also came around to score in that inning. 2 away, nobody on. That's low, ball 1. Flood from Eastchester Junior High School. That's low, ball 2.
Flood and Salambini, the numbers 2 and 3, probably the most important batters, and I'm sure the East would desperately like to see Flood get on here.
That's high. 3 balls and no strikes now to Rich Flood.
Not the guy you want to put on with Salambini, the next batter.
3-1 now.
Flood's dad, Ray Sr., running the ball club for the East today.
Up the middle, base hit.
Big
and
hit.
A ball gets away. But Flood will hold on at first base. No sense taking chances, but here comes Mike Salambini. An excellent afternoon for him. He is 3 for 3, 2 doubles, a single, and 3 runs batted in. He has also scored twice.
Outfield moves back a little bit.
And before they'll let Salambini take his cuts, manager Goodfriend will come out to the mound, and he's going to make a pitching change. He's going to take Titus Agee out of the mound, and he's going to bring in Mr. Nierenberg from right field.
2 outs. It's a long afternoon, you know. It's hard to remember all this.
Mike Nierenberg. See what he can do against Salambini, who has pretty much had his way at the stick this afternoon's ball game.
Don't forget to come. I have a race with Gary Carter.
2 away. Runner at first, the winning run at first base.
Our catcher wanted to fool the folks and say he's a relation of Gary Carter. Nice thought. I don't know if that'll help you, but it's a good thought anyhow.
Come on, bring it up, bring it up. Good kick.
So big at-bat now for both the East and West. The East with a winning run down at first base. Mike Salambini, 3 for 3 today.
interesting change on the part of Erwin Goodfriend. Maybe making Salambini cool a little bit, you know, sort of like the timeouts in basketball when somebody's getting on the foul line.
All right. So the warm-up tosses are now complete. And Salambini will step to the plate. Looking for one more hit. And with 2 away, Flood, who is at first, will be moving as soon as the ball is hit. So any extra base hit, there'll be a good chance that he might score. Outfield is deep. And first pitch gets away, and Flood will go down to second base on the wild pitch. So he is now down in scoring position. You relief pitchers who like to do that come in, and especially with the bases loaded on their first practice, toss one into the seats.
Yeah, just to give you an idea.
That's inside, and again gets away, and Flood will move down to third, and the ball, nice play by the third baseman, Bell. That one gets away. This ball game is history.
So now Salambini just has to make some contact, hit the ball hard. That's all you want to do. You don't want to jack it out, you just want to hit it hard.
Outside, 3 balls and no strikes. Now they may have told.
At this point, I'll tell you what I do. I walk.
Oh, no question about it. I was going to say they may have told him to pitch him very carefully. The ball gets away, but Flood will stay down at third. So Salambini is on with a walk, but they are not concerned with him at all with 2 away. But here comes Tom Forliano. He had the big hit in the 6th inning, a bloop single, or actually a bloop double into right field that scored a run and tied this ball game up. And now we're going to have another pitching change. Rich Flood down at third, 60 feet away, and he is the winning run.
Now you wonder, with a new pitcher coming in, do you say to Flood, listen, if this kid throws one away, dance down the line? Obviously, they're going to let Salambini run down to second base.
No question.
An uncontested steal.
And we got a lefty coming in here now, Brian Heller. Third pitcher in this inning. Think they're playing for keeps here? Tom Forliano, 1 for 3. Struck out twice, but had the double that scored the tying run with 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th inning. And he has a chance to win it right here.
Get a Roscoe and anybody else up in the bullpen. We're ready to go. Like the last game of a World Series or a Major League All-Star game.
Yeah.
Because they've had this free substitution, so you're seeing these kids all day long at different positions. And I'm impressed by the versatility of a lot of these kids.
Time out. I'll brush my steps so done.
Right. Okay, Mr. Martin's going to fix up his traps.
Okay, Brian.
And we are set to go. Brian Heller on the mound, runners at first and third, 2 away. All tied up at 10 apiece, bottom half of the 9th inning. Tom Forliano, batting .355 this year.
Cleanup hitter today.
First pitch outside, ball 1. And Salambini stays down at first base. So we mentioned he's not important as far as the West All-Stars are concerned because his run means absolutely nothing. He won't even get past second base. Forliano goes after a nice fastball, swung on and missed. Count evens up at 1-1.
Time to get back in the box.
Oh,
so long.
Goodbye. It's out of here.
Well, that's a way to end it.
Oh, is he going to sleep good tonight? another look at this, Jack. Oh, we got all of that one. It was gone when it was hit. A 2-run homer by Tom Forliano, and the East All-Stars have come away as winners of this All-Star game in 10 innings, making that a 3-run homer. For Forliano, 13-10 the final. The East defeating the West. Stay right where you are. The Hacker Peepin area will be down on the field. And we'll see if we can get Mr. Forliano and Ray Flood, the winning coach, coming up in just a moment.
It's selective, immediate, and relevant. But above all, cable is choice. Discover a world of possibilities on cable. Just reach for the source.
You are about to participate in a cable adventure, which reaches from the outer limits to your inner sanctum. You are experiencing the sight and sound of MTV. In a month of MTV, you get video music, music news, guest DJs, sneak preview video, basement tapes, MTV Extra, closet classics, video music, Friday night video fights, rock influences, liner notes, the top 20 video countdown, London Calling, the Saturday concert, IRS's The Cutting Edge, contest, the world premiere of sneak preview video, the Sunday special, video music, MTV. All month long, we're on 24 hours a day.
Personal choice. It means there's always something right for you. Because cable's not just more choice, it's your choice.
All right, this one in the books, the East All-Stars coming back to defeat the West All-Stars by a score of 13-10. We've got the hero of the game down on the field, so let's visit with the Hacker, Pete Maneri.
Thank you, John. We're here with the winning coach, Ray Flood. And Ray, before we get to your hero over here, you were down considerably. Kids kept coming back. What were you telling them on the bench?
Just to hang in there. I knew they could do it. They're all good sticks. They can all swing the bat. And I had 2 or 3 home run hitters in that lineup that could do it any time. And one of them just came through for me. I got Salombini up there and Duty, and every one of them can put the ball out of the park.
Now, Salombini, did you think they were going to walk him that last inning?
Yeah, that was a semi-intentional walk. He's put 2 over the left center fence that hit the other field during the season. So Mike can do it, and they know he can do it. So that's why they went to Tommy. But they just went from poison to worse poison, that's all.
Tom, what did you think about when you were coming up?
Well, I thought I wanted to get hit because I wanted to really win the game.
What did you expect he was going to throw you? Did you think he was going to come inside on you or go outside?
Well, I didn't know really what he was going to especially do.
Well, he threw your fastball kind of up and away, and you really parked it. Is that your power alley, right center?
Yeah, I usually hit them there.
Hey, I'd like to usually hit them anywhere. Terrific. Congratulations. Good win. Ray Flood, congratulations. Great win, and you the home run ball to the winner.
There you go, Tom.
Okay, thanks very much. Congratulations. Back to John Carrillo.
All right, thank you, Hacker. Final line score in the ball game. The East All-Stars, the champions of this All-Star game, as they come up with 13 runs on 10 hits and 3 errors. The West All-Stars with 10 runs, 11 hits, and 1 error. But as you heard, the hero of the game, Tom Forliano, with a 3-run homer to right center field. And that's all she wrote. We'd like to thank the folks here at the Tuckahoe Youth Association, in particular President Richard Mariani, Vice President Bernie Elliott, and Dan Liberati for all of their help in getting our games off today. They've been instrumental in some exciting baseball, and our congratulations to the minor league all-stars, the girls softball all-stars, and the major league all-stars for giving us some real fine baseball here at Labriola Field in Eastchester. So that's going to do it from Labriola Field. For our director, Tony Coash, executive producer, Paul Gluck, and the Hacker Pete Maneri, I'm John Carrillo. Thanks very much for watching. Don't forget, next up on the schedule, we begin the ever-popular Cable 3 softball game of the week from Aiello Field in New Rochelle. We'll look forward to seeing you then. The final, once again, Forliano's 3-run homer does it as the East beats the West by a score of 13-10. See you later, everybody. Welcome to Labriola Field here in the town of Eastchester. John Carrillo along with the Hacker Pete Maneri as we are set for the first of 3 all-star ball games to be presented to you this afternoon here at Labriola Field in Eastchester. We will begin with the minor league all-star game, followed by the girls all-star softball game, and then our last event, as I guess you'll save the best for last, it'll be the major league. all-star game coming your way at Labriola Fields. You're taking a look at the East squad in today's ball game, and they'll be taking on the West. And I guess, Hacker, this is 6 years?
I guess
somewhere
so.
around there we've been coming here?
East and West, and the twain meets here every year, and I guess it is. I was trying to think on the way over 5, 6, somewhere around there. These people will never learn, huh?
Out on the mound right now is the president of the Tuckahoe Youth Association, Richard Mariani, and in just a moment he's going to be introducing the baseball commissioner, Rob Petrie, and Rob is going to come on out and he's going to have a chance to introduce all of the players, so we're going to pick up that action right now.
It's my privilege and pleasure to introduce to you the Minor League East All-Stars. From the Senecas, Danny Burke, Bobby Kramer, John Marciano, Brian Nellis,
1 through 18.
Louis Sergio. From the Cherokees, Leif Berquist, Matthew Carlo, Kevin Duty, Brian Driniak, Robert Petrie. From the Apaches, David Bernardi, Robert Sarasi, Michael Froman, Michael Mazzoni. From the Mohawks,
C-A-R-E,
Brian Costello, Douglas Fabrinho, Charles Lancelota, and Matthew Smith. The manager from the Senecas for the All-Stars is Joe Nella, and his coaches, Mike Carlo, Robert Sarasi, and John Cuccinella. Let's give him a big hand. The Minor League West All-Stars from the Navajos, Nick Dentato, Danny Connolly, Jeff Celestino, Steve Carr, Philip Amatuli.
Is this a V or U? VIA, VFA.
From the Aztecs, Tom Childs, Jill Wilpaca, Philip Ropiano, John McGillen, Kevin McRae. From the Sioux, Mike Croyer, Robert Cipriani, Ryan Serreccia, Al Firebear. From the Mohegans, Eddie Namakula, Matthew Fair, Brian Madden, and Rob Samara.
Where will we get first name?
The manager for the West All-Stars is Nick Dentato. His coach, Tony Rapiano, Pat Gallo, and the Watson brothers. Got you both in. Okay, let's give them all a big hand. Before we go any further, I would like to bring up one other thing. I'm fairly new to the league, but there are some people who have been with the league for a number of years. As you can see, or some people who have seen the league grow, they started out down at Parkway Oval. The thing that you had to do when you went down there is to make sure that all the rocks were out of the field, glass. As you can see, we have pretty nice facilities right now. One of the individuals that helped us get to where we are today was a gentleman, Anthony Giordano. Unfortunately, Tony is no longer with us, but we do offer an award each year to a member of each team, which represents not necessarily the athletic ability of that individual, but the ability or the desire to play ball. Somebody who shows sportsmanship, an individual who always shows up for practice and tries his best. This year, I would like to introduce the winners of that award from each team. from the Seneca, and I'd like the individuals who I announced to come on out and join me out here by the pitching mound. John Marciano. From the Cherokee, Robert Petrie. From the Apaches, Brett Pettit. Guy's not able to be with us today. From the Mohawk, Matthew Smith. From the Navajo, Nicholas Albano. From the Aztec, Tom Childs. From the Sioux, Peter Kirkin. And from the Mohegan, Peter Watson.
We don't have a first name on this kid in the cage.
Let's give all these kids a big hand.
We're looking at the program.
Oh, well.
Kevin.
Okay, we're going to have the national anthem now, and it's going to be played by Dawn Sarasi.
Well, this will be something a little interesting. I don't think in all of your travels around the country have you ever seen or heard the national anthem played by a solo clarinet.
Oh, you're so right. You checked with me before we went on the air on that, of course.
Very well done.
It's one of the few things Maneri can't do.
We'd like to have the home team take the field, and we're going to have supervisor duty throw out the first ball.
All right, the home team today will be the West All-Stars, with the West comprising of the Navajos, the Aztecs, the Sioux, and the Mohegans.
I'll take your word for that.
I'm being straight with you, Hacker. Should mention the Hacker back from his latest singing engagement out in the Bahamas.
No, the West Indies.
West Indies, pardon me.
Right.
Pardon me. As you take a look right there at Eastchester Town Supervisor Jim Duty, and as all good politicians, he is out here to throw out the first ball. And as all good announcers, we'll have a chance to comment on his arm.
Okay.
I can hardly wait. We're going to hit. That's right. Tony Koesch, our director, reminds us that he has 3 youngsters, 3 siblings playing in this day-long affair here at Labriola. 1 in the minor league all-star game, 1 in the major league all-star game, and a daughter who will be participating in our first look at the girls TYA softball league. That'll also be an all-star game.
And speaking of girls, happy birthday, first birthday to Christy Caridio today.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
And happy 2nd anniversary tomorrow to John and Lisa Caridio.
Well, that's awfully nice of you, Hacker.
Had my social calendar.
Did you?
All set up.
It's one of the first times that you've been right on dates.
That's right.
And on time.
I'd like to thank my wife for that.
All right, so we're waiting for the West All-Stars to hit the field. And we can just run through some of the quick ground rules for you. And as you may or may not know, there are 18 members of each All-Star team, and they will all bat. And we have lineups that go 1 through 18. Of course, they can't use all 18 out on the field, but they'll be splitting them. Half the team will play in the odd innings, and the other half in the even innings. And now our first pitch from supervisor duty. It's a fastball high and outside, but not bad.
Not bad at all.
We'll have a chance to visit with the supervisor a little later on. Hacker will have a chance to talk with him as the West All-Stars out on the field, taking their warm-ups. And if Mr. Koash says we are ready, we will take a look at how the team's set up defensively. We begin first over at first base. Coming up with the baseball, that is Nick Dentato. Around at second base will be Tommy Childs, playing for the Aztecs this season. At shortstop, Ryan Sirica, playing a deep short today. And down at third base, Jeff Celestino. He is with the Sioux. 3 outfielders we'll go with. In left field, we start off with Ted Nyumkul. It is spelled Kyomkul, but it is pronounced NY. So Hacker will remember that. In center field is Mike Fair. And down the lines in right field will be John McGillian. Doing the catching for the West All-Stars, as soon as he gets his gear together, is Jiro Ayateka. And to start things off for the West All-Stars, right-hander from the Aztecs this season, Philip Lopiano. And he's going to get things started for the West. Minor League All-Star game. We will go 6 innings. Hacker, one quick point I'd like to make, and the president of the TYA, Richard Mariani, made mention of it when this league got started some years ago. They played down at Parkway Oval, which is a nice field, but not really conducive to Little League baseball. And he commented on how the fact that the field has continued to be improved year after year, and we have seen a lot of it over the years.
Well, we sure have, John, and this year a new addition. Remember, it used to be here, open spaces, extra bases. There's the catcher. That being Jiro Ayataka. It used to be open spaces, extra bases. Right now they have a hurricane fence around the outfield, and our center field camera is out beyond the field, beyond the fence now, and they've got some bunting around it. You take a look at the outer extremities. This is a fine facility. They've done a real nice job here with the physical facilities and the kids, of course, and the minor league kids wearing full uniforms. A lot goes into these things. It's we tend to have a lot of fun when we come over here because we don't take it all that seriously, very honestly. The kids do, and we always have a lot of fun with them. And some nice plays and some broken hearts every year. And, we try to keep it light, but certainly the folks have done an excellent job getting the field and uniforms prepared for these kids. And I think still, though, they've had a very soft hand with them as far as winning and losing, but rather trying to teach them the game. And it's always a lot of fun for us to come over here. I look forward to it every year. And Ernie Banks would say, let's play 3, and that's exactly what we're doing today. That's why I'm here. Get those dogs ready. Gordon Jackson.
His job for the time being is finished, and his second responsibility is to check out the hot dog situation for the Hacker.
I knew he had a function.
Well, it is a beautiful day here. Again, it's we expect temperatures to push up into the 80s this afternoon, and we're going to get the Minor League All-Stars first game under the belt, followed by the Girls All-Star game, and then right after that will be the Major League All-Star game. Looking forward to the girls softball. We have not seen that here this season, and should be quite interesting, I would believe. Of course, playing softball in a Little League field is one of my favorite.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, hit him out.
I want to tell them who the umpires are. You want to try to
sure,
read my...
home plate will be John Solano. Bob Smith at first, Tom Andres at second base, and Charlie
Lanzalato.
Lanzalato. I could be locked in a cave and not be able to read that. L-A-N-Z-A-L-A-T-O. Sanskrit started right here, and Lanzalato's over at third base. Okay, there. That's it. That's it right there. See, this is the translation. This is the original. Ooh. That's talking about looking over your shoulder, huh?
All right, we're about set to begin. Inning number 1, we are scheduled for 6. The East All-Stars will start it up. Rob Sarasi, a right-hander, will step in. And for the first 3, back from the West Indies, on purpose, it's the hacker, Pete Maneri.
Thank you very much, John. Mr. Sarasi playing with the Apache and hit .571 this year. Woo! Takes ball 1. Bases only 60 feet apart. Home plate from the, takes a strike, 1-1. Home plate is only 45 feet from the mound, so they've cut it down to size. Oh, Gordon Jackson's first hot dog of the day sent over to me. Thank you, God. There is a God, I know it. And Pat Burke digs in and eats one. Okay, the count goes to 2-2. On Sarasi, he'll be followed by Matt Carlo, Brian Nella, and Mike Feldman, if anyone gets on. Swinging strike, he's out of there. So the first batter goes down swinging, and Matt Carlo steps in. Matt is 8 years old, hitting .450 for the Cherokee. Swinging strike 1.
So far, Phil Lopiano doing a nice job bringing the ball right around the heart of the plate.
Swinging strike 2. Lopiano was all business out there. Swinging strike 3.
That didn't take long.
So 2 up, 2 down, and Brian Nella steps in. Brian plays with the Seneca. He's 10 years old, wearing uniform number 9, and how about a .470 batting average? He gets out of the way there, so we know he has pretty good reflexes. I watched a little cricket yesterday.
You did?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did, down at St. Thomas.
Did you play?
No, I did not. Ground ball to shortstop. He's up, and he's out. So he's retired 6-3. Brian Nella goes down. And 1, 2, 3, no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. I must have lived a clean life for a week. And we have completed a half an inning.
All right, we can show you how the East All-Stars set up defensively in just a moment. We'll start off with the first baseman, the 9-year-old Robert Sarasi. Down at second base will be Matt Carlo. He plays with the Cherokees during the season. At shortstop, Mr. Kramer, Bobby Kramer from the Senecas. And at third base will be Matt Smith from the Mohawks. In left field, to start things off, we will have Lou Sirico, who plays with the Senecas during the regular season. In center field will be Brian Costello. Brian is with the Mohawks. And in right field will be Rob Petrie, a 9-year-old who plays with the Cherokees during the regular season. Doing the catching to start things off this inning. He's looks like he's a little old, but he's got good form. We're getting ready for behind the plate to do the catching, and it will be Leif Berquist who is coming out in just a second. But out on the mound to start things off for the East All-Stars this afternoon, it will be John Marciano. He is 10 years old and plays with the Senecas during the regular season. And again, we'll head back to behind the plate, show you our catcher, Leif Berquist, who, as I mentioned, 10 years old and plays with the Cherokee. So the West All-Stars who went, or the East All-Stars who went very quietly in that top half of the first inning, 3 up, 3 down, we'll now see if they can do the same to the homestanding West All-Stars here at Labriola Field in Eastchester.
By the way, I really enjoy seeing a youngster at that age get behind the bat and catch. Leif Berquist. You know, if you're serious about playing ball and you want to make the club, and I'm talking about on any level, If you're a catcher, my friend, you've got a shot at it. Because there just aren't that many folks who want to put on the gear and get behind there.
I saw a very interesting report on CNN, one of their sports shows. They did about 15 minutes on why would somebody catch. And
because you make the club, that's why.
That was the bottom line through the whole story. Very interesting. Talked to Gary Carter, talked to Yogi Berra.
All right, this is Tom Childs leading off. And he's out. Well, there's a fellow who wasn't shy about it.
Yeah, went right after that first pitch, bounced it off of home plate. A nice play by the pitcher. John Marciano popping off of the mound to make the play.
All right, this is Phil Amatuli. Takes the ball.
I can say I have the new Coke here. I don't know any difference.
Nah, I don't like it. I don't like it. You know me, I'm a reactionary. I didn't like the idea of Alaska and Hawaii joining the Union.
Oh, you didn't like that? You're still mad at William Seward, aren't you?
No question about it. Swinging strike 2, so it's a ball and 2 strikes. Marciano's pitch. Outside, 2-2.
He just missed that one, too.
Phil Amatuli. He did, you're right.
Outfield's fairly shallow.
Mm-hmm. Swinging strike 3. Well, you know, John, at this age, pitching usually dominates the scene. And often you do not have the powerful batters. But let's take a look right now. This is Nick Dentato. Nick swings at the first one. Swinging strike. Marciano comes inside with the pitch. A little bit of a sidearm 3/4. He's way ahead now. 2 strikes on the count. Foul ball. So Dentato stays alive. Nick staying right in there. 2 out. Nobody on. Bottom of first. 2-strike pitch. Outside. Ball and 2 strikes. Little breeze, real pleasant day. Batter's out, called strike 3, so 3 up, 3 down. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. After the end of 1, we've yet to have a base runner. Can you believe that, John Caridio?
Nothing to score.
Stay with us, we'll be back.
It's selective, immediate, and relevant. But above all, cable is choice. Discover a world of possibilities on cable. Just reach for the source.
You are about to participate in a cable adventure, which reaches from the outer limits to your inner sanctum. You are experiencing the sight and sound of MTV. In a month of MTV, you get video music, music news, guest DJs, sneak preview video, basement tapes, MTV Extra, closet classics, video music, Friday night video fights, rock influences, liner notes, the top 20 video countdown, London Calling, the Saturday concert, IRS's The Cutting Edge, contest, the world premiere of sneak preview video, the Sunday special, video music, MTV. All month long, we're on 24 hours a day.
Personal choice. It means there's always something right for you. Because cable's not just more choice, it's your choice.
Oh, all right. The Jacksons are here.
That's right. That's not Michael.
All right. She dances, though. There's little Lauren and Gordon and wife Jerry. She's got a birthday coming up in a couple of months, September. What a big kid.
No question about it. Eating those hot dogs. All right.
Well, Hacker, without question, the fastest first inning we have ever seen here in the minor league all-star game.
I'll tell you, I'm a virtuous guy.
They went 3 up, 3 down, both sides.
In some of these, we should mention to the audience that in preparation for games, we often do some homework and try to anticipate things. So all the way home yesterday on the plane, I kept saying ball 4. Ball 4? Ball 4. We've had some walkathons here, I'll tell you that, folks. But nobody on in that first inning, so it was quick. And we're heading for top of 2. It'll be Mike Feldman, Kevin Duty, and Bobby Kramer. If anyone gets on, Leif Bergquist. Okay, so this is Feldman. Takes a pitch outside.
All new infielders in now, actually a whole new field.
And Dan Connolly is working to Mike Protier.
That's tagged.
It sure is. It's over the left fielder's head. That's Rob Kemeray out there. And does the throw come in? Yes, it does. And Feldman is on with a double. Over the left fielder's head. So the lead runner is on. First base hit, first base runner of the day, and Kevin Duty steps in with an opportunity to do some damage. Duty hitting 725. That's not an aberration. 725. Sounds like an area code.
We're going to have a chance to talk with the proud father at the end of this half inning. Just who also doubles as the supervisor in Eastchester. But he definitely with a vested interest out here today.
No question about it. Comebacker. They get one. The runner crosses over. Feldman moves to third, and they run the ball in. Good job. So Duty is out 1-3, but he moves the runner over. No sacrifice because he was swinging away. And that brings up Bobby Kramer.
Let me make one quick comment for the youngsters who are watching the ball game. One play that you want to remember to make on that comebacker to the pitcher's mound, you want to check that runner at second, which is something that Phil did not do. And that allowed Feldman to easily move over to third base where he might have stayed. So just remember. The pitchers in the ball game will be going 2 innings apiece, and then we'll come out.
So it's not Dan Connolly, that's still Phil Lopiano. I'm sorry. First of my many mistakes of the day, I'm sure. Ball inside.
Now, explain this to me. Jackson's out. No, he's going to the camera. Jackson's our hot dog emissary. He's just cruising around the field, handing out hot dogs.
Become an executive. Vice president in charge of mustard. Bobby Kramer swings it. Ball in on his fist, stepped away and slashed at it.
See, they're giving that camera out there some hot dogs.
Oh, yeah. He's out of there.
Right
Ball
on the end.
Strike 3.
Right on the outside corner.
Leif Bergquist is the next batter. Now we have 2 out and a runner on third base, no score. And Bergquist, who you saw catching and who comes in with a .450 batting average, steps up. Leaf playing with the Cherokee. Takes a strike.
That was a big strikeout on Kramer from Lopiano with that runner at third and only 1 out.
Sure was.
Ground ball would have sent him home.
Bergquist with a runner on. Fouled off. Ball and 2 strikes now, so Bergquist is way behind on the count. Phil Lopiano trying to slam the door. 1 out, or rather 2 out and 1 on. He gets him right there. Called strike 3, so giving up the leadoff double and having Feldman, Mike Feldman, advance over to third base. Phil Lopiano hitches up his belt and says nobody goes any further than this. So no runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left on base after an inning and a half. Score is tied 0-0, and stepping into the booth or the picnic table, if you will, Jim Duty, the town supervisor who we understand has just been nominated by the town Democratic Party to run for re-election. And Jim, welcome and congratulations on an outstanding facility here, an outstanding group of kids.
Thank you very much. It couldn't be done without the help of a lot of people, and we're very proud of the TYA, the coaches, the managers, the umpires, the parents who help behind the refreshment stand, the parents who continually come to watch, and of course most especially the boys and girls themselves. It's for them, and we are very proud in the town of Eastchester to have the TYA as one of our premier sports activities.
Well, Supervisor Duty, you're here today. Of course, we saw you throw out the first pitch, and you have 3 of your youngsters involved in this. I guess that's really what it's all about, isn't it? The parents taking an active interest in the kids and coming out and helping make all of this sort of thing possible.
That's true. It's really for the kids that we're here, and I am fortunate to have 3 of my own children, my 2 boys and 1 of my girls, on the teams today in the All-Star game, and I've been here as a parent many times over the last several years with TYA. We've kind of grown with the organization, and they've helped my children in terms of sportsmanship and helping to build their character, and that really is what it's all about.
Let me ask you this. John and I were chatting before the ball game about the improvement in the facilities. We've been here, we think 5, maybe 6 years broadcasting these games. How is it that the town has been able to just maintain and build this sort of interest? What is so unique about this group that you've been able to do this?
Well, we're a very sports-oriented town in the town of Eastchester. We have a good recreation department, a town hall, and this field is a town field. We really couldn't do the work and the effort without the many hands at TYA. We have been able to put in place this year a capital improvement program in the town of Eastchester, which will see an upgrade of many of our parks and fields, hopefully this summer and into the fall. So the fields are important in this part of southern Westchester. We don't have as much open space as perhaps in other areas, but we are making the most of it.
You sure are. Supervisor Jim Duty, thanks very much.
Thank you.
Okay, John.
Going to the bottom half of the second inning now, still no score.
And we've got the West at the stick, huh?
They went quietly in the first inning, 3 up, 3 down.
It'll be Phil Opiano. Aha, and then... we're going to get it. That's it. You're not going to help me out at all. Maybe I'll get struck by lightning. Opiano, the pitcher.
And the thing is, when he goes to spell this kid's name, we may be in the 3rd inning.
Cinquemani,
Way to go.
Robert Cinquemani.
Way to go.
Hey, huh? I'll tell you what. I'll study a little foreign language, Italiano. And then it'll be Steve Carr. So Phil Opiano.
John Marciano out on the mound. Will be his last inning of work.
Swinging strike, so Opiano swinging for the fences. Fouled it off into the screen. Notice how really every league we go to now, everybody's playing with the aluminum bats.
The only way to save money.
You bet, a lot less breakage. Foul ball way down the line.
Boy, he was just a little bit in front of that one, but got a lot of aluminum on it.
Well, you know, it's funny. I read something the other day in the Sporting News, and that is that the Cape Cod League, it's a collegiate league, has gone to wooden bats at the bequest of the major leagues, which underwrite that program. They get some top prospects playing in there. Full count now, 3-2. They get some top prospects, major league prospects playing there. And the big leagues, because they're underwriting it, decided to bite the financial bullet and make them swing wooden bats. That was very interesting. Ball 4.
When you think about it, though, it's a bit of a disadvantage as far as the major leagues are concerned, because now, except for that Cape Cod League, everybody else is using aluminum bats, and that's all you're used to, going from Little League all the way through college.
That's right, and you'll see as you watch the College World Series on ESPN these days, no question, they're all playing with the aluminum. All right, this is Robert Cinquemani, whose name John would not help me pronounce, but I was able to get through it anyhow. Robert with a big Adirondack bat. All of a sudden, the pitcher's trying to locate the plate. John Marciano finds it's moving around on him a little bit. He retired the side in order in the first inning. We're here in the bottom of the second, no score. Outside.
If you're wondering about stealing, it is allowed in TYA. You just have to wait until the ball. No stealing. Not down here. In the major leagues, not in the minor leagues. little bit outside.
Take your base, ball 4, so the plate does move around. Runners on first and second, nobody out, and Steve Carr steps in. Steve A. Navajo during the regular season. And just missed getting hit by that pitch. Ball 1. Sometimes you take that one for the team. Although in an all-star game, you want to go up there, swing that stick.
A little conference out on the mound now with one of the assistant coaches and John Marciano. As the Hacker mentioned, all of a sudden seems to have misplaced the plate. 2 straight walks to open up the second inning. No score here in the bottom of the second. We are scheduled for 6 with 2 games to follow.
How's your golf game?
Couldn't tell you. Haven't played in a while.
Is that so?
Yeah. You left town and that was it.
Well,
you took all the golf balls with you.
and I didn't bring them back either. I'll tell you that much. Strike. Well, whatever was said out there worked.
I was working on my iron game, though. I was playing a little par 3 with the wife this week.
I was down in St. Thomas. I played Mahogany Run. Supposedly, I'll underline that, one of the 100 best golf courses in the world. But they're suffering a terrible drought down there, and it was like playing somewhere on 14th Street. Swing, strike 2. 2-2.
All right, now Marciano doing what he did in the first inning, keeping the ball away from the right-handed hitter and nipping the corners.
Ball 4. Ball 3, I'm sorry. Wide ball 3, so the count is full. Ball 4.
That loads him up. And this will now be Eddie. Change that from Teddy to Eddie Yumkul. This was the kid that had the K that sounds like an N.
Numcool. Ed Numcool. Okay. Bases loaded, nobody out. So the West with an opportunity here to get something going. John Marciano has dug himself a hole. 1-1. But yeah, it was so dry down there, and they've had a drought, and they're not even allowed to water the greens. So 2 rounds was enough for me. I shot an 88 one day, and I can't tell you what I shot the next day because they didn't have enough. But, you know, you'd hit a ball on the right and it would go out of bounds on the left. Side hill lies, and oh, it was crazy. Some beautiful holes, but wasn't going to help my game doing that. And he does get hit by the pitch. Eddie Numcool.
Eddie right up. Just shake it off.
Hit
Get an
right
RBI.
foot. So, still the bases loaded, still nobody out. And Jeff Celestino. Billy Madden is on deck.
All right, John Marciano now starting to get a little disgusted with himself. At this point, he's just got to bear down a little bit. Not worry about every pitch that misses.
Ball 2. I'd say it's not easy for kids at this age. You know, a little television, the whole thing. Not that it's quite network or anything like that, but, you know, a little more pressure on them. And it's difficult. So he gets a strike there, 2 balls and a strike. Knowing that Carrillo is going to be out here, realizing that there'll likely be no food left when the game is over. I mean, I'd pitch like the house was on fire myself. Three and one now to Jeff Celestino. Jeff with the Navajo. Digs in, gets very comfortable down the end of the bat. Nobody out, 3 on. Steve Wright So we're out full 3-2. And a pretty good pitch to hit there. Madden on deck. Ball 4.
2-0 now. And the run's coming across without any hits. 4 walks and a hit batsman.
Billy Madden. Good friend of mine's named Bill Madden, and if this kid does as well as the older Bill Madden did, let's all invest in him. My buddy is a sports lawyer. Yale graduate, University of Virginia Law, and Columbia MBA. Former Yale basketball captain.
The perpetual student, eh?
The perpetual student, Bill Madden. Still plays half court at his age, advanced as it is. Strike 2. So this guy ought to go visit the other guy, and they'll all be
Wait a
rich.
minute, what are you talking about, advanced age?
2-2 pitch.
We're glad to have you still breathing, pal.
Yeah. Yeah, well.
Yeah, there's a big birthday for the hacker coming up.
Yeah, gonna be 30 soon.
Yeah. Actually, it'll be the 10th anniversary of his 30th birthday.
Those things happen.
Good, tell me you stopped counting them. They don't matter anymore.
Batter's out.
All right, that's a big strikeout for John Marciano. Get a little confidence back here.
All right, so 1 out. John McGillen. Well, age is relative, you know that.
Depends how old your relatives are.
You're beating me to all those lines. Strike.
All right, John's starting to settle down out on the mound. He's finding the plate.
Swinging strike 2. Yeah, it's a matter of just getting in the rhythm. Sometimes you lose it. Listen, they do that on the big league level.
No question about it. Just ask Ed Whitson, who's now stealing for the Yankees. Good pitch.
Swinging strike 3.
That
so
is 4 strikeouts now
2
for
out,
John Marciano.
And Mike Crotier. Yeah, poor Ed Whitson.
Great to spend $4 million on a 1-5 pitcher.
Being accosted in the parking lots, chased. Oh, did you know that?
No, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, some fans accosted him, chased him out of the parking lot, chased him in his van. Swinging strike 1 by Crotier. Yeah. Strike 2. Well, Marciano may get himself out of this with a minimum of damage. 2 runs are in.
Bases are still loaded.
He's way ahead on the count now. No balls, 2 strikes. Just missed. Ball and 2 strikes.
Nice pitch.
Strike 3. So 2 runs, no base hits, no errors, 3 left on base at the end of 2. West leads it 2-0.
You know, I played a lot of baseball in this town, so I know the New York fans are the best sports fans in the world. That's why I'm glad there's Sports Channel, a channel that's just for New York fans. There's more games of more New York teams than anywhere else, with the Yankees, Mets, Islanders, and Nets. Sports Channel's got New York sports covered. After all, don't the best sports fans deserve the best?
CNN tells it right. Your window on the world, both day and night. You will see faces that make history. The laughter and the tears, the hopes and fears. Eyewitness the incredible, experience the wonderful, the joy, the peace, the world within your reach. Experience life on CNN.
All right, back here at Labriola Field in the town of Eastchester, we're watching the minor league all-star game, minor leagues from the Tuckahoe Youth Association. And we are at 2-0 with the West leading the East All-Stars, moving to the top half of the 3rd inning. And we've got a new pitcher out on the mound, out of the Navajos. And I believe that is Dan Connolly. He'll be going 2 innings now. As we mentioned, each pitcher will get a 2-inning stint along the lines of the Major League All-Stars. Well, the hacker with his Riviera Country Club visor. This guy comes prepared. There's just no question about it.
Come on.
Already worked on that good base tan.
You know, I try to stay out of the sun. You know that. My wife, however, was elected Miss Virgin Islands Tomato Face.
Great, great.
Woo.
How is the little woman?
She's getting there. 6 months, about 7 months. Expecting a baby in August.
We didn't think you could do it.
Boy, oh boy, huh? Things
I'll tell you,
different around the hacienda.
Get a girl, and we'll put together a girls' all-star team ourselves.
That's true, and that's not a bad idea.
But if you have a boy, there's no way he's going out with my daughter, because I know the father.
John Marciano at the bat.
I think what I dread the most is if you have a son and years down the line, hearing you tell him I taught him everything I know.
John Marciano, 692 batting average. He's a 10-year-older. Get a little starting with trivia, the whole thing.
Yeah, and he'll be late for kindergarten.
Well, but he'd be fashionably late. He'll be all right. Strike 2 on Marciano. 2-2 pitch coming up now.
Well, Dan Conley's having all kinds of fun out there. Big yell after that strike.
Marciano, who's the pitcher who pitched last when he's not happy with the call, hammers one to second base. He's out 4-3. Ball hit on the nose. He pulled it. Second baseman out there, Tom Childs, did a nice job. Stayed right with it. Tom with the Aztecs. Doug Dobardino. Strike 1. Yeah, Marciano hit that ball on the nose. Childs did a good job. Top of the third. The East is down 2-0. They're looking to get something going here. 6-inning game. Ball inside. Beautiful day for baseball, golf, sun, sailing, whatever you want. We're glad you joined us here. Pat Burke taking it all in. 3-1 now. The East team has not thrown a walk. Dan Connolly on the mound. He gives one up there.
First walk given up by an East or a West pitcher in this ball game.
Doug Dobrino goes down to first base. That brings up Michael Mazzone. He'll be followed by Robert Petrie. Into the outfield, into the gap. The runners move up one. Ball hit on the nose. Mazzone wasted no time at all. Rocked that ball into left field. The center fielder, Ed,
right?
Ed
Yoku
did a nice job, came up with it cleanly to hold Dobrino to first base. Pitchy with the Cherokee.
Kevin, over there. Take this way.
A little equipment repair now.
Who is this catching right now?
That's a good question. I believe it is Mike Crottier.
Okay. Ground ball a second again. Well, it's wild. 1 run score, 2 runs will score.
He gets the score. The run will count as the ball was out of play.
Yes, it was. Okay, so Petrie gets on the error. He winds up on third base. It's E4, I tell you the truth, I thought Charles was going to get the out at first base, but he did not. So he goes all the way around. Jabrino comes around, Mazzone comes around, and we're tied up at 2-2. No run batted in on that. So we have a runner on third, 1 out, and 2 runs are in. We're tied up at 2-2. And there is 1 out, so the East rally is still very, very much alive as Matthew Smith takes ball 1. Smith will be followed by Lou Serco and Brian Dorniak if they can keep this thing going. 2 balls, no strikes. Dan Connolly on the mound.
Smith went around on that one.
Count 1-1. Ground ball to first, getting out, that's it. They get 1, nothing doing at the plate as the run comes in to score. So Petrie scores, and Smith gets a run batted in as he goes out 3 unassisted. Matt Dentato got the out at first base, and this is Lou Sirico. 2 out, nobody on. 3-2 is the score. The East on top.
Lou's father, a teacher over at Eastchester High School, was there when I was there.
You're still trying to get that transcript changed, eh?
Trying.
1-1. Dan Connolly on the mound. Lou Sirico at the stick. I'm Pete Maneri along with John Caridio bringing you the Tuckahoe Youth Association Minor League All-Star Game. This, we think, is our 6th year here at TYA in Eastchester. Ground ball that's through. Shortstop, Ryan Sirikia, not able to come up with it. E6. Brian Dorniak takes a strike. Another Cherokee player.
Brian batted .355 during the regular season, a 10-year-old.
Ground ball to first. And I'll tell you what, that's a base hit. The runner blocked the vision. The throw goes into second base, and everybody stays right there. Oh, the runner's coming home. He's
play.
out.
Great play.
6-1-2, he goes out. Shortstop, Sirica, to the pitcher, to the catcher. Okay, so Dorniak gets a base hit. They get 3 runs on 2 hits, 2 errors, 1 left on base. It's make it 3-2. Stay with us, we'll be right back.
We welcome you back to Labriola Field in the town of Eastchester. John Caridio along with the hacker Pete Maneri. And this is the Tuckahoe Youth Association Minor League All-Star Game. And it's a good one today. We're going to the bottom half of the 3rd inning with the East All-Stars after scoring 3. In the top half of the 3rd, they have taken the lead from the West by a count of 3-2. And an excellent play to end that top of the 3rd inning on the play at the plate. That went 6-1-2.
Good job. And we mentioned, as it was hit, that Dorniak got a base hit on that, and that's because the runner at first base at the time, Sirico, had blocked the view of the first baseman. But that being Nick Dentato, but that's a clean base hit. Nick had no chance of seeing that ball. His vision was blocked, And yet his ball club did a nice job. They got the ball on the second base, and when the runner decided that he was going to come all the way home with 2 outs, some daring base running by Lou Sirico, they knew what to do. They got the ball to the plate, slapped the tag on him, and he was out for the 3rd out of the inning. But a big 3-run rally by the East, and they now on top 3-2 as we go to the bottom of the 3rd inning.
All right, we have a new battery out on the field for the East All-Stars. Who's up there in the bucket? Is that Rick? Pat Burke's heading up to the bucket, okay. You can see the new battery, both from the Apaches, doing the pitching for the next 2 innings. The 3rd and the 4th will be Robert Sarasi. Sarasi is a 9-year-old who bats .571 for the Apaches during the regular season. And behind the plate doing the catching now will be Mike Feldman. Also from the Apaches, he's 10 years old, and during the regular season for the Apaches, batted .474.
And you saw Feldman, he had a double over the left fielder's head in the 2nd inning. Okay, Ryan Serecchia with a base hit. He wastes no time. The first pitch tossed to him in the 3rd inning, and he rocks it into center field. Al Viafar. Now with the Sioux.
Again, we remind you they have 18 players on the team, and they bat 1 through 18. Switch them up in the field.
The batter is behind. No balls, 2 strikes. Al Viafar. He'll be followed by Dan Connolly and Bill Chiamare. And I believe it hit his foot. Yes, it did. So Viafar is hit by the pitch. Two on, nobody out as the West trying to come back. They saw their 2-0 lead dissipate. Dan Connolly, who you saw pitching last half inning, as Pete Leone puts the headsets on here as our floor manager. Welcome back from wherever you are.
He was sleeping, probably.
Strike 3, so Connolly is out of there. A big first out with 2 on. Bill Chiamare.
Chiamare is the next scheduled hitter. We almost had Mike Fair slip in there.
Tough in these games, these all-star games, especially when your lineup is 18 deep, to make sure you've got the right guy up at the stick.
Well, runners at first and second, 1 away. 6 strikeout registered by East All-Star pitching here this afternoon.
Sort of like Rusty Staub coming off the bench, huh? Hey, how about another pinch hit for him last night?
Unbelievable.
93 on
How
his
about
career.
those Yankees?
How about him? Down to third. Will they get one? They get none.
They may
Here
get
comes
one.
the throw to the plate. Now they got him in a rundown.
They won't get anybody.
The bases are loaded. Well, I do not think they would have gotten him. So I'm going to give him an infield hit. Hey, I was on vacation.
I was just going to say, it's a good thing you were on vacation. That loads him up with 1 away.
Usually we have Darth Vader as the official scorer. Jiro Irateka. Ayateka. Takes a pretty good cut at it. Jiro caught a couple innings earlier. Ground ball to shortstop, he gets through. 1 run scores. Here comes another run. Throw to the plate way late. So, Yatara drives in two. Now, how do you pronounce that? I'm really bad.
Ieteka. Just like it's spelled.
I-E-T-A-R-A is how you spell it.
Well, that's how you interpreted my penmanship.
Okay, 2-run score.
Get this one. Can you get this one here?
Go ahead.
What's his name?
Mike Fair.
Way to go.
Okay, give me Giro's spelling again.
I-E-T-A-K-A.
Well, that's easy enough.
Yeah, it certainly is. And Giro got a 2 RBI single.
Sure did. Rocked that through the infield. The third. He's safe. Hit him on the head. Hit him on the helmet, and he's laughing about it. Fair. He loves it.
And he's going to get to move over to second base on the overthrow.
He gets an infield hit. And do they move him? Yes, they do. They move him to second base. And does a run score? Yes, it does.
3 runs in here in the third inning. Now 5-3 the score. We'll take another look at it here. And the right play, going to first base, but the throw a little bit off the mark. Hit him on the helmet, bounced over the fence. It's a dead ball, and every runner moves up a base.
Okay, so this is Kevin McCabe.
It's our number 18 hitter.
Following Kevin, will go up to Tom Childs at the top of the lineup.
4 hits here in the third inning for the West All-Stars.
Only 1 out. 4 hits and 3 runs in.
2 outs.
Swinging, strike 3. Okay, we go all the way to the top of the lineup. Tom Childs, who was retired, bounced out to the pitcher his first time up.
They want to make sure that Rob Sarasi out on the mound waits for the batter to get set before he starts pumping them in.
Strike as Tommy Childs swings right out from under his helmet. On the bottom of the third.
Big crowd showed up here today.
Yeah.
I heard you were coming back.
The West up 5-3. I guess any of my creditors here?
Oh, I'm sure.
They all are. Swinging strike. 2-2 now with 2 outs. Ground ball. Gets through. A run scores. Another run. Here comes a play at the plate. He's safe.
And to tell you something, home plate umpire John Solano's going to have to learn to get out of the way. He was almost decked with that one.
And Tommy Childs gets a run batted in. Yataka and Fair both score. And Childs with a single, but he winds up at third base after the throws. So 2 more runs. That's 5 runs this inning for the West. They're up 7-3 now.
Going to have to get a little dustbuster for John Solano. He's all dirty back there. He's falling all over the place. Yeah, for those of you who think umpiring minor league baseball is easy.
Think again. They had, this is Phil Amatuli, who struck out his first time up. Foul ball. They had Tommy Childs down 2 strikes. He rocked one through, however. Full count now. Mike Dentato, Nick Dentato rather, is on deck. He's 6, and the run scores.
Eight 8-3 now, bottom of the third inning as the West All-Stars continue their onslaught. But you really can't fault Robert Sarasi, the pitcher. He's not really getting great fielding from the folks behind him. He really should have been out of this inning.
Nick Dentato. 6 runs in this inning. Another base hit, past third base. He rocked that ball into left field.
That one you would call a bad hop base hit.
Phil Lopiano. By the way, if you wonder how we determine hits and errors.
I've always wondered, and I'm sitting next to you.
This is Phil Lopiano.
I know how you do it.
Well,
It depends on what kind of a day you have.
No, that's not true at all. Depends if my putts have been falling. That's what I remember. Now, what it really depends upon is whether or not it would have required an outstanding play. You cannot expect an outstanding play.
We can never assume.
The outstanding play, that's right. So that last ball by Amatuli that was hit down the third base, third baseman would have had to have been a regular Greg Nettles and sort of make the dive on it and get the ball behind him and so forth. And you can't assume that anyone can make that play. And matter of fact, that's the same basis on which Major League official scorers score their games. Of course, their expectations are a little bit higher, but seriously, that's how we do it. John has a voodoo doll, see, and ball 4. So Lopiano, who walked his first time up, walks his second time up. Now there are runners all around. Amatuli at third, Dentato at second, Lopiano at first, and Robert Sincomani, who walked and scored his first time up, steps in. Strike 2, took a good pitch on the inside of the plate. Takes the ball outside. Swinging, strike 3. A long one. 6 runs, 6 hits, 1 error, 3 left on base. 6 runs, 6 hits, 1 error, 3 left on base. At the end of 3 complete, the West leads it 8-3. Stay with us. We'll be back.
What you are doing is illegal. You're trying to hook yourself up to cable without paying for it. But that's illegal. Not very safe either. Stealing cable service is against the law in every state in the union. So don't think that what you're doing isn't a crime, because it is. Be smart. Call your local cable company to hook you up legally. This message has been brought to you by Group W Satellite Communications and your local cable operator.
Fines to $1,000 and a year in prison.
Alcohol abuse. It hits you right where you live, shattering families.
Shut up, Jennifer! Leave her alone!
Turning our highways into battlefields.
Dispatch, this is 165. We've got a fatal. Send the crew.
Roger, 165.
Alcohol abuse. It doesn't have to hit you where you live. Give your town a fighting chance. Call 1-800-ALCALLS.
Back here at Labriola Field in Eastchester. And we've already lost one player, we understand. Dan Burke will not be going. There's Karen out in center field. We understand that she wolfed down 3 hot dogs already with Jackson's first appearance around. And I think she's calling back for some more. 6 runs for the West All-Stars in the bottom half of the 3rd inning, Hacker, and all of a sudden it's 8-3. But for the first time, I think, since we've been here, most of the damage done on base hits.
Yeah, they've not had the control problems that have marked some of the other minor league games. And some balls hit on the nose.
All right, Dan Connolly still out on the mound. Finishing up his 2nd inning. Each pitcher goes 2.
So you've been following that Billy ball, huh?
Yeah, playing great. 11 wins in a row at home.
Billy hasn't lost one at home. I think was last night the 12th?
Last night was the 12th.
Boy, oh boy.
We're rolling.
I won't
We're
show
rolling.
up. You know that.
Yeah, I know. You won't go there.
They'll do it without me.
And they're doing it without you. Well, Metsy's having a tough time now.
Those injuries are really piling up.
I wanted to ask you, though, your feelings on the move the Phillies made the other day, taking the Gold Glover from third base and putting him at first.
He's finished.
You think so?
He's through. And the sooner they realize it, the better they're going to be.
Trade bait, you think?
No way. No way. You should let him go. Nobody wants his contract. See, that's what happens with these guys. Same thing with Steve Rogers a week or so ago. Montreal released him. Nobody picked him up. Now, maybe somebody at the end of the year, if they're in a pennant race, if he stays in shape, I wouldn't be surprised if you saw Rogers, I don't know about his physical condition, I wouldn't be surprised if you saw him down in Miami with that AAA ball club, a bunch of free agents and independent team, pitch down there and maybe help somebody at the end of a season. But Mike Schmidt, when he's finished, he's gone. Nobody wants those guys to hang around at those salaries. But the Phillies are in tough shape. How about the Braves? They may fire Eddie Haas.
I heard he got a vote of confidence from Ted Turner the other day, and we all know that's usually the kiss of death.
A vote of confidence, huh? Julius Caesar got one of those, right before the knife.
All right, Charlie Lanzalato will lead things off, and he rips one down the lines at first base, just foul. Not real good hands by that first base coach down there. Connolly's second pitch. This one is short pop flying. He pops off the mound to make the grab. One away. Now Dan Burke, who was supposed to be coming up, is going to play soccer this afternoon, so he has left. So just cross that one out, and we'll bring up David Bernardini. Soccer. He's on the travel. I understand he's on the traveling team. Bernardini, a 9-year-old with the Apaches, batting .550 this season. Comebacker, tipped by Connolly at the mound, and they won't get him. Base hit.
Yes, sir.
For Bernardini. And the East All-Stars now in business, trailing by 5 runs here in the top of the 4th inning. Brian Costello.
Why would anyone play soccer?
I don't know. Ask Koech.
I don't understand
He's the soccer.
that. Soccer, huh? Well, those British soccer fans did themselves proud again last week, huh? Bunch of hoodlums.
Costello takes pitch inside. He plays with the Mohawks during the regular season, batting .333 this year. 9-year-old. That's a little low. And outside. A runner at first, nobody out, or one out, rather. Top half of the 4th inning. West leading the East 8-3. This one to the shortstop. Ooh, good backhander, and over to second for the force.
Excellent play at shortstop. Now, that's a ball you could, we talked before about errors and so forth. You could not anticipate that. Excellent play. Let's take another look at it again.
Ryan Sarikia at short.
The ball is behind him. Look at that. It was past him, and he backhanded it, made the turn, got the force out.
All right, 2 outs. Costello at first, and we go to the top of the order. Rob Cerisi leads it off. He struck out in the 1st inning. And this one over the middle, drops in, and they get the force at second. So an unassisted play, it ends up for the shortstop. And they will go out rather quietly, the East All-Stars do. No runs on a 1 hit, no errors, and we had 1 left on. As we have completed 3.5 now at Labriola Field. It remains the West All-Stars 8 and the East All-Stars 3.
Oh, how about a little crowd on mine, huh?
I hate sauerkraut.
Do you really?
Oh, I can't stand it.
It speaks highly of you.
I mean, who wants to put cabbage on a hot dog? Why ruin a perfectly good American dish with sauerkraut?
I'll have to ponder that.
I like on my hot dogs, I like mustard. So I can pour it all over me.
Oh, you do. I'll tell you what. I'm going to tell you a story about Korea.
Talk about a lead-in.
We're at a ball game at Yankee Stadium in my insanity days, and John, before the ball game, has mustard all over himself. He spilled a beer on himself already. He's got it on his pants, his shirt, and the whole thing. And they hadn't even thrown out. They hadn't even taken infield practice yet. But hey. His wife put it in the biz bag and cleaned him up. John taking a little break here to get some lineup changes. There's some of the youngsters out at the ball game. Not a bad place to be today, hey, pal? You got it.
All right, new pitcher in for the East All-Stars. It will be Kevin Duty. And moving over to first base, pitcher just completed his 2 innings, Robert Sarasi.
When you see these situations, you wonder how many towns in America are doing this. Boy, they're all over the good old states, huh? Great game, baseball. A lot of America's grown up with it. Not too many cable folks are doing this, though, I think.
That's only because they don't work on Sunday. I mean, we're working Sundays every week this month.
That's
you
right.
missed the bowling, by the way.
How was it?
Oh, it was super.
Was it really?
Unbelievable.
Who'd you work with?
Worked with Tom Salamini,
Uh-huh.
the director of the Westchester Youth Bowling Tour. Did a nice job. Your job is in jeopardy without question.
I'm sure it is.
We left...
Looked like a 7-10 split to me.
Coash didn't make it either.
Coash?
Oh, hold it, Packer. They're taking your picture.
All right, I got you. Jeez, all right. You caught me.
Here's Steve Carr leading it off. Carr, who walked and got as far as third base in the second inning. It's when the when the West came up with 2 runs back in the second. They proceeded to score 6 more in the bottom of the third. We're here in the bottom of the fourth.
It's scheduled for 6 here at Labriola Field.
That's on the inside corner,
Good
strike 3.
Pitch. Whew. Came right inside with it. Tough pitch to hit.
That's the 8th or 9th strikeout registered by East pitching in this All-Star game. Now we'll have Eddie Nyumkul stepping up. He was hit by a pitch in the second inning. That drove in first run of the ball game.
Got him on the foot.
Nobody on, 1 out. Slow roller gets past to the second baseman in time. 2 away.
Nice play out in the infield.
Leaf Berquist has also left us. Go play some soccer today.
Now, catchers don't play soccer ever. Probably had a, I don't know, family picnic or something.
Jeff Celestino now.
Soccer.
Celestino walked to drive in a run in the second. This one fouled off the screen. No balls and 2 strikes. Coash is going to leave, he's telling us now. Tony was a big soccer player at Rye High School.
There's no such thing as a big soccer player.
You want to see me bring him right down now?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll tell you in a second. Celestino, 0-2 count.
He was the second leading scorer on the team. His sister was the first leading scorer, wasn't she?
1 and 2. Ooh. Fouled off the screen. Count remains 1 ball, 2 strikes.
If you folks don't hear from me again, it's because Tony's unplugged my mic. Hello?
In the hole. Good play by the shortstop. Long throw, not in time.
Excellent play, in fact. Infield hit.
Celestino is on with 2 away. What's the favorite high school matchup?
Rye Harrison.
Rye Eastchester.
Oh, is that so?
Favorite. Didn't say...
for you guys.
Right.
Oh, yeah, you guys.
And what happened yesterday?
Eastchester beat them.
They did.
Yeah, they won the with the Division II.
Class B.
B.
Yeah. The Section 1 baseball championship in Class B belongs to the Eagles. I was out at Jarvis Bowl yesterday. There's a short fly in the right field, and it pops off the mitt. And everybody's still moving around the bases. Here's a throw to third, and that gets over the head. Have a chance to score 1 more, and they do. And the play at third is everybody's still throwing the ball all over the place. Here's a play at the plate. Got him. Well, Billy Madden got his money's worth, no question about it. He touched them all. They finally got him at home plate. Give him a base hit to start things off. And
yeah, that ball was up in the sun, so give him a base hit.
And after they threw it around a little bit, they finally were able to get him out. Jeez, I would have to say it went 9-5-3-2.
9-4-5-3-2.
Okay, so 1 run for the West All-Stars. And they did it on 2 hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. So 4 innings now in the book here at Labriola Field, and it is now the West All-Stars 9 and the East All-Stars 3. We're going to take a break here, or we're going to stay right here? All right, let's take a break. While he takes a little sun, little snooze in the afternoon.
Like William Jennings Bryan with the straw hat. All right.
We'll be back to see if he's awake to start the 5th inning right after this.
When cancer strikes a loved one, you don't need sympathy. You need team support. And when it comes to team support, the American Cancer Society is in first place. First in patient care, in education, and in life-saving research. The American Cancer Society is dedicated to improving the quality of life for all cancer patients. Remember, your American Cancer Society is there for you and your family. Support your American Cancer Society.
Westchester County is getting tough on drunk driving. We're setting up roadblocks on Westchester roads. We won't tell you where, but they'll be there. So remember, if you're drinking and driving, the people you run into could be them. Stop driving while intoxicated. Westchester County.
Well, we have 2 more innings remaining in this minor league all-star game for the Tuckahoe Youth Association. Right now, the West leading the East 9-3. We go to the top half of the 5th inning. And he threw that ball around quite a bit.
Yeah,
Billy Madden rounding the bases, but finally cut down at the plate for the final out of the inning.
We've had a couple of take plays at the plate now. Close play, too. He almost got in under the take, but did not. Good call. There's a real happening in this town, isn't it? Everybody's
sure
out.
Is. All right, another new pitcher in the ball game for the West All-Stars. And this will be John McGillian from the Aztecs. John, who started the ball game in left field, now comes in for the final 2 innings. We lost the American flag during that last play around the infield.
Or at least it's Paul, huh?
It was out at the plate.
There's McGillian. Nice shot of him. Nice-looking youngster.
All right, Matt Carlo will lead things off for the East All-Stars here in the 5th. He struck out, swinging, back in the 1st inning. Cuts after the first one. Outs over, strike 2. We were talking earlier about the Class B Section 1 baseball championship yesterday at Rye. What a ball game. Eastchester and Rye going at it. And in game 2, as Carlo goes down, Rye had opened up a 5-1 lead. And then Eastchester scored 13 times in the 3rd inning and cruised after that. Pitch inside to Brian Nella.
Well, local baseball has been excellent this year.
And let me tell you, that was one of the best. 13 runs is a lot, but one was a 3-run homer, one was a 2-run homer. There were base hits,
so they
doubles.
weren't just kicking it around.
No.
Local ball has become excellent. The local colleges have tapped that source. And this year you had 3 and kind of a 4th outstanding baseball teams. Concordia, Pace, Iona, and Mercy, which had for Mercy, a so-so year. For anybody else, it'd be an outstanding year under Rick Wolf, who resigned at the end of the season. But Iona won the MAC Conference Championship. They were 1 win away from going to the NCAA tournament. Concordia and Pace won the Nick Conference. Concordia went to the NCAA.
Great catch down there at third base.
Outstanding. Well, that was a quick inning.
Jeff Celestino with the grab down at third. And John McGillian's able to get the East to go very quietly.
Let's take a look at
down.
This. Celestino going cross-hand over to his right with the left-handed glove. Did a nice job. That was a Greg Nettles play if you ever saw one. Way to go.
All right, so That inning completed. Top of the 5th. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. We go to the bottom of the 5th inning, and it remains the West All-Stars 9 and the East All-Stars 3. You know, you're talking about local talent around Westchester. They anticipate some players from Pace and Concordia to go very high in the first round of the draft.
Yeah.
And we should congratulate a former Rye High School baseball standout, B.J. Surhoff, now down at the University of North Carolina, who was just recently named an All-American at catcher.
And it's not the last time you're going to hear his name,
No,
folks.
sir.
Well, we saw Chris Bayer pitching over at Pace, outstanding, and Willie Frazier for Concordia, two really good pitchers, and we saw Fordham and Iona. Iona finished the season as the nation's leading batting team in college baseball, NCAA Division I. So we saw some outstanding play this year on the cable and all around Westchester County. It is a little chilly here, there's no question about it.
John Marciano is our new first baseman.
So that ice,
East All-Stars.
That ice is not being given to us.
All right, Matt Smith now moves over to third base, and Mike Mazzoni is a new shortstop. Mike Feldman remains behind the plate doing the catching, and Kevin Duty remains out on the mound for the East All-Stars.
By the way, you mentioned B.J. Surhoff. There is talk he may be the first player selected in the free agent draft. And he's a catcher. And he was a shortstop when we saw him play. And he went to North Carolina and learned how to catch.
All right, John McGillian will lead things off here. Cuts on the first pitch, strike one from Kevin Duty. McGillian struck out swinging, his only appearance, that back in the second inning.
Surhoff played on that wacky American Olympic baseball team last year. Baseball being a, was it sort of an exhibition sport, baseball, in the Olympics.
They anticipated to be a gold medal or a medal sport by the time the '88 Olympics roll around.
Bah humbug, says me.
Oh, do you really?
Yeah. I think they should have about 5 sports in the Olympics, and everything else be just you know, exhibition or whatever you want to call it.
That's over strike 3, so McGillian goes down for the second time swinging. I think it'd be great win a gold medal in baseball.
Now, I'll tell you what I'd really like to see, very honestly. I'd like to see boxing, wrestling, some of the running, track and field, but no team sports. You know, maybe gymnastics, but not basketball, not baseball. I don't mind seeing them played, but I don't like to see them count as Olympic sports, you know?
Right. That was good. Co-Ash, our director, said Maneri likes to see molasses drip.
That's true. I was up at the all-Maine Vermont molasses drip about a week ago.
Ryan Sarakia is stepping into the plate. He had a single back in the third inning. Mike Crotier was supposed to be the next batter, but he has taken off to play some soccer on a traveling team. As Sarakia gets on with the bases on balls, and Al Villafor steps up. Well, that was Villafor. Sarakia is also gone, all right? So Villafor with the base on ball. Now Dan Connolly steps in. Connolly struck out back in the third inning.
1 out, 1 on.
It's low, 1 ball, 1 strike. 1 out here in the 5th inning.
So I have an idea. Why don't you have a cable talk show and interview me?
I'd watch it. That's over 1 and 2.
My wife might. Let's see. Under duress.
Yeah,
if I told her,
obviously.
If I told her there was a quiz. Yeah, I used to, you know, I used to host a show. Did you know that?
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah,
I used to use it.
I own that large program.
I'm not into sleeping pills, so I took your show. In the dirt. So the count is full now. 3 balls, 2 strikes, with 1 away, and Al Villafor down at first base. Popped off the screen.
Staying alive. Connolly swinging the stick pretty well there. I'm sure he had an older brother. Connolly did, a lefty a couple years ago here.
On the inside corner, Connolly goes down looking. Nice pitch from Kevin Duty. And that makes it 2 away now here in the 5th. And stepping up now will be Rob Chiamare.
Chiamare, too.
Chiamare.
Him, too? Is he here?
He's here also. He singled in the 3rd inning, came around to score. That's when the West put 6 runs up on the board. Duty just trying to get out of this one without any damage left.
Well, Duty just fired that one in.
Right along the knee, strike 1. That's high. So the count evens up at 1-1. Runner at first, 2 away. Bottom half of the 5th inning. Swing on and miss. Strike 2.
Good pitch, moved inside.
1 ball, 2 strikes. High. 2-2. John Solano behind the plate calling balls and strikes. Bobby Smith at first base. Tom Andrus is at second. And Charlie Lanzolato is down at third. But Chiamare goes down on the called 3rd strike. And that'll do it for the West All-Stars. No runs, no hits, no errors. 1 runner left.